All right. YouTube is acting really wonky right now. Even gave me a bit of a scare just a second ago. So yeah. Yeah, YouTube is acting real wonky right now. So there we go. We're good. We're back up and running here. Um so thanks for your patience and thanks for coming back. I really appreciate it. Now I've got Ted Daniels pulled up here. Let's refresh and see what he's got to say about this. The last thing he tweeted was 9 minutes ago. So and I already read it. So for those of you who don't know, what's going on is the judge is asked to turn the camera off for at least the rest of the morning because it caught a juror. I think something, man. Oh my God, something stinks about that. Like, why turn the camera off for the rest of the hearing? I mean, just get rid of that juror. You know, it's not like it caught the whole jury. So I'm trying to figure out what the logic behind that is. Um, I wonder if Bev is trying to get the channels who. I wonder if Bev is trying to get channels like mine uh, to not stream the trial. I wonder if if she's not liking the criticism. I wonder. I'm not saying that's the case, but considering the way she's been making decisions, I wouldn't put it past her. Oh, I realize it's a reach. I realize it's a stretch, but I mean, it doesn't. We don't know if there'll be audio though. I mean, all we know is Ted Daniel did his job as a journalist and asked if there would be audio. Um, but we don't have any updates yet. So we're just going to have to wait. And let me check. I'll keep checking in with Boston 10. And I'll keep refreshing that to see if they go live again. But I mean, it might not be nothing. I mean, she might just. Yeah, shutting off the cameras for the rest of the morning does absolutely nothing. Damage is done already. I guess I should do some work in the interim. She can ruin a free lunch. Thank God it's Friday. Well put, Jace Esquire. Thank you. I mean, this is just silly. This is just silly. Like, it really does nothing. Ruth Lewis, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, yeah, that live stream that I just ran, it's set to private. It's done. So I that's yeah. I listen, I'm not here to tell other channels what to do. I do shit because I do shit. I don't give a fuck what other channels do. That's not my business. So like I simply made my decision on what to do with my channel. period. That's all I did. And that's all I'm doing. So I'm not telling nobody what they should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing. And I'm just I'm not fucking I'm not gonna be the guy who fucking is on fucking court TV as the guy who fucking, everybody figured out who the juror was. Bro, did you not just hear me say, did you not hear what I just said? Like, that's a grown man right there. That is a grown man, dude. That is a that is an award-winning journalist. What he does is what he does, man. He has his reasons for doing or not doing whatever the fuck he wants to do because he's a grown man. Not here to tell nobody what to do. David Lanker, thank you. I appreciate you. Um, I mean, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. I mean, the bottom line is the jury has a right to their anonymity, and Karen has a right to a fair trial, and a juror being seen publicly like that, action has to be taken. Now, what action? I'm sure I don't know. I am some asshole up here with a YouTube channel and a loud mouth, and that is all I am. So I don't know what actions should be taken. I could speculate as to what actions might be taken, but I don't really know. What's up, buddy? What you doing? Huh? So I mean, yeah, I have no idea what should be done here. And I'm sure that they're discussing it and coming up with the solution that, or at least they're like discussing possible solutions. Suzanne Cleveland, thank you so much. Oh, Suzanne, okay, I recognize your picture. We met. Thank you for the Harvard shirt and stuff. Those who think this is a fix or shady somehow are blessed with not knowing exactly how incompetent and clueless the Commonwealth truly is. Agreed. Core TV said it would be back in 2 hours. Um, hmm. Let's see real quick. Okay, so Ted Daniel just said, we are back. Another juror is brought to sidebar. Clerk says audio feed is allowed. We are working to get that streamed because it's from a different source than the pool camera. Okay, so there will be an audio feed. So let's just check with Ted Daniel. We'll just keep dropping in on Ted Daniel and find out how we can listen in on that. I might have to go straight to the Boston 10 website. That's a possibility. So Mike McGrath, apparently the camera in the courtroom caught a juror. And Bev is saying that they're not going to stream video for the rest of the day, but there will be audio. But what is she? Is she like handing out a punishment? Like, this is what you get if you don't handle the camera right. Like, I don't get what that does. Just remove the juror. You know what I mean? Like, what about, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like, why are we all in timeout? You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have nothing to do with that camera. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean, why remove a juror? You remove a juror because the juror was seen publicly when their privacy is supposed to be protected. That's it. Right. And that's why they have extra jurors. A juror dropped out just yesterday. You have to keep refreshing here with Ted Daniel. So there's a Zoom link. All right. I'm sure Cherry will be getting me that Zoom link any moment. As soon as I have that Zoom link, I will log on. I mean, if Boston 10 is going to stream it too, I don't even necessarily need the Zoom link. I could just stream through Boston 10. Let me try this. Hold on.
And the focus is on cell phone records as well as DNA recovered from where Officer John O'Keefe was found dead. Massachusetts State Police Detective Brian Tully was on the stand. Forensic DNA analysts also testified a piece of hair from Reed's SUV matched DNA samples found on shattered taillight pieces from the same vehicle, and those samples match Officer O'Keefe's DNA. Outside of court, our Kirsten Glavin asked Karen Reed how she thinks this trial is going.
And have you made a decision about if you're going to be testifying?
I haven't. I'll do whatever is required. It's up to the attorneys, Kirsten.
How are you feeling about how this is going so far?
Really well.
Thank you,
really
Brooklyn.
well.
There's also new reaction to the vulgar text messages from the lead investigator in this case. We asked Governor Maura Healey what she thinks of Trooper Michael Proctor's conduct.
It's terrible. I think anybody looks at that. I mean, it's completely unprofessional.
What are you going to do about
the
it?
dignity and the integrity of the work of men and women across the state police and law enforcement. So as a former attorney general and as governor, I am disgusted by that.
What are you going to do about it?
Messages could lead to more fallout in every case he's previously worked on.
And of course, you can watch today's testimony right on our website, YouTube page, and over on NECN. We also have a recap of what happens in court every single day.
All I want to hear.
We dive into the details each weeknight at 7 right here on NBC 10.
All I want to hear from her is when she says that's disgusting, I want that's disgusting to just be predicate to what she is going to do about it. Like, what action is she going to take within the Massachusetts State Police? She is the governor. She has the power and the responsibility. So I don't know what's going on here. Let me check the DMs to see. Cherry doesn't have it yet. Well, most governors are. Like I don't invest much in politicians, but I hope that she does something. Yeah, no, I read Ted Daniels' tweet. Hold on, there's a new one. We can record and live stream the audio from the source being provided. The third juror is brought to sidebar. These conversations are private, so we don't know what the issue is. A third juror. So a third juror is brought to sidebar. Maybe she's just going over to see who. I don't know. I don't know. Jennifer H. The juror was definitely caught on camera. I saw it. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Jennifer H. So I'm going to keep refreshing Boston 10. Okay. Marie Martins, Will, rumor is someone caught a juror with a witness and they have video. Thank you, Marie. Now gotta make it a point. That is just a rumor. Thank you, Marie. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. No, I'm gonna need a password. That's not gonna work. I can't do it. I need a password, Cherry. That's all it gives me is a phone number and a meeting ID. And I'm not using the phone to Zoom because I can't stream it. So yeah. But what I will do, join a meeting. And I can't copy and paste it because she sent me a screenshot. So I'm gonna have to sit there and meticulously type this. That's not it. Terry, that's no good. So the meeting link is invalid. No good. Let's see. It's almost midnight in Australia. It's ridiculous what they're doing. Day 26 of a permanent night shift for us. Their corruption doesn't end with the cops. Lally and the DA. Bev is in on it too. I can't say I disagree with you. Thank you, Mousy. Appreciate it. Okay, so Boston 25. Let's see. Not from their YouTube channel, but I will try to get. I'm not getting a live feed of anything from Boston 25. Why do you guys like just say stuff? I don't understand why you guys just say stuff. Yeah, but my Zoom link doesn't work at all. So, um, yeah. No, bro. All right, let's see what Ted Daniels is saying. After that juror walks out, a fourth is brought to sidebar. So she's just going through every one of the jurors right now. I don't know what's going on, but right now what Bev is doing is just going through each and every juror, which is very, very strange. So we're just gonna have to wait this out, folks. I mean, I'm willing to wait it out if you are. Thank you, Cherry. Will they have it on their YouTube channel or on their website? Okay. So, I mean, all right. I mean, it's on their YouTube channel. So, all right. I've got it pulled up. We're just going to wait. Brass, thank you so much. The governor commented yesterday about being disgusted by Proctor. Maybe Lally is whining about that. Reason to talk to jurors to 4 jurors so far. That's actually a good point. I did not put that together. That's a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but it makes sense. If she asked the jurors those 3 questions or whatever, I don't know. Happy Flag Day to you, Nathan. Thank you. The defense has the video of what? Yeah, no offense, guys, but I'm taking everything you guys are saying with a grain of salt right now. The juror who first went to sidebar this morning has returned and is back at sidebar. Okay, so the first juror that went to sidebar is now back at sidebar. That's okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I know. For those of you new to the channel, I smoke here because I'm a smoker. Not proud of it, but I'm not sitting up here for hours on end without smoking. So sorry if that bothers anybody. So I guess the rumor is that a juror was at the waterfall with a witness. That's no good. That's no good at all. I wonder who that witness was. Because if the defense gets a hold of this and that juror, yeah, if that juror, I wonder who that witness was, because that's a real problem. That's a real problem. Because if that was one of the McAlberts talking to a juror, having drinks, woo, yeah, that's no good at all. Yeah. Wow. I mean, the thing is somebody just said, right. You see what I'm saying? Like people are saying there's no way that fucking happened. The problem with if you guys, those of you who have been following this case for a long time, like let's say 3 months before the trial started, right? Those of you who've been following the trial or following this case, I can't speak for them, but for me, nothing would surprise me at this point. There's so much like blatant madness going on here, like in your face craziness. Joanne F, read the Turtle Boy tweet. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Let me check with Ted Daniel again one more time. Nothing new. Let's see what Aiden says. So Turtle Boy posted, you cannot unring a bell. Millions of people saw the juror walk into the courtroom. Taking down live streams of it will not solve anything. Millions of people saw them, and screenshots will circulate all over social media as they are now. It is not the public's fault this happened, and we should not be forced to have our speech suppressed by being told we can't share screenshots. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. That's not for me. I just decided to make that decision. I don't really care if you all don't like it. So I mean, I really don't know how else to put that, you know. That freedom of speech goes both ways. I have the freedom to say things, but I also have the freedom to shut the fuck up if I want. You know what I mean? So but I mean, he's right in the sense that I mean, it's not going to do anything, but uh I'm not going to have that shit come back on me. That's all I'm saying. All right. I mean, that's a good point. Doesn't change my mind though. He says, for those of you wondering what the chilling effect is, you're witnessing it right now. People are afraid to share a publicly streamed image of a juror because they don't want to end up in jail like I did. If people have to choose between exercising their freedoms and going to jail, then we are not actually free people. That's fine. Let me explain my position. I'm not afraid of going to jail because I'm not going to jail. I mean, I'm in fucking Tennessee. I do whatever the fuck I want. I'm not worried about going to jail. What I'm concerned about is not knowing if me streaming that can bring problems onto me legally or on my channel. I don't need that shit. So I'm just playing it safe. Now, if I'm bowing down to the powers that be, then so be it. I don't really give a fuck if anybody thinks any less of me for it. I being totally honest, how any of you feel about me is none of my business. So I'm not going to be part of showing a juror. Just not going to do it. I've covered a lot of trials, and I'm just not going to do it. So, all right. Let's see. Yeah, Boston 25. We're still waiting on Boston 25. Let me make sure it's not. Yeah, it's not muted or anything. I mean, I'm not jumping to. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of rumors flying around. Well, not really a lot, but enough for me to just be like, okay, the best thing to do is just wait and see what happens. Patty K, a mistrial would not be justice for Karen. Praying they get this sorted out. Well, that's the thing is a mistrial would not be justice for Karen, but it also would not, it would ruin the path towards getting justice for John O'Keefe, which is why we're all here. We're all here because we want justice for John O'Keefe. As I've said many, many times, justice for Karen Reed is merely a prelude to solving it's just a step towards solving the problems that these people in Massachusetts are having. Their government is corrupt. I mean, the bottom line is if this is going on in the Massachusetts State Police, that is corruption within that government. That is corruption within the Commonwealth government. Um, if a DA's office represents the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and that DA is corrupt, well, then that is corruption within the Commonwealth of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So, I mean, this is exonerating Karen Reed would just be a first step towards fixing that issue. All it's going to do is put a lot more eyes on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and people need to stay steadfast and continue to demand change there. So those people that are standing outside of the courthouse right now, they're not just standing out there in support of Karen Reed. They're standing out there in support of Karen Reed because it represents a serious problem that they live with every single day. That's why they're out there. Renee, thank you so much. Thank you for keeping us in the loop. You're welcome. Thank you for watching here. I really appreciate it. Right. I mean, if Karen Reed is being framed, which I think, I mean, it's safe to say that most of us believe that at this point. If Karen Reed is being framed, well, then how many others have been framed? How many other families are out there who have no closure and no justice for their loved one who was murdered? So this is the problem that we're facing right now. This is the problem that those people that are standing outside in Massachusetts are facing. So Karen Reed is just a drop in the bucket, I would imagine, for the problems that take place there. Who knows what other dirty shit the McAlberts have done? Who knows what they're protecting? Who knows what the motive was for killing John O'Keefe? I mean, I haven't forgotten Sandra Birchmore. That's going to be something that I'm going to be talking about quite a bit once this is all over. Let's see. Okay, but why no audio? Why am I not getting audio? So what they're doing is refreshing Ted Daniels' tweets, which is great. I love that. Let's see. Jennifer H. Attorney Andrea Burkhart tweeted about a possible mistrial being evaluated by the court. See, that's no good, man. That's no good. What's confirmed, good citizen? Okay, so they're on retrial. Yeah, I feel like a mistrial would probably be a Hail Mary for the prosecution, considering that the prosecution seems to be more concerned with defending the McAlberts than proving Karen Reed is guilty. Again, what is the purpose of trying Karen Reed? What was the purpose of charging Karen Reed with this crime? Because the purpose was obviously not convicting her in a trial. They weren't prepared for that when they did this sham, this pathetic, lame attempt at a frame up. And thank you, Chris Vincent, appreciate you. When they attempted this ridiculous attempt at a frame up, they weren't thinking about this going all the way to trial. so what happens is it just postpones. It just postpones. Let's see what Ted just updated. Hold on. Okay, sidebars have ended for now. A 5-minute recess is called. Court clerk tells me we can air court Zoom feed along, including the video. I'm not sure what the feed will look like, but we will soon. So we've seen Zoom. So basically, the Zoom feed video is just we're gonna be looking at anti-bev all night or all day. Excuse me. So used to streaming at night still. So that's most likely what's gonna happen here. Aiden just posted a link right on. I appreciate it, Amy. So show. Let's see. Because I want to have that pulled up. Oh, I don't know where. He didn't post it on Twitter, though. So yeah, a mistrial would be terrible. A mistrial would just be absolutely terrible. I'm not even in the slightest bit interested in that happening. I'm really hoping that this just gets resolved and this moves forward, because the defense hasn't even had a chance to present their case, and I think that the Commonwealth is doing everything that they can. I think that Michael Morrissey's office is doing everything they can to stop that defense from being heard by the jury. All of this stuff, this is what people need to understand. All of this stuff goes on record. This federal investigation into Michael Morrissey's office is still open, and it's clearly obvious that there was a setup here. It's plainly obvious. So everything is. I don't think video is back up, but yeah, I'm sure that Boston 25 is on top of it. If not, yeah, I mean, this federal investigation is still open, people. So the fact that this federal investigation is still open, everything that's being testified in open court under oath and going on record could be used as evidence in this federal investigation. I would assume so. I would assume, but okay, hold on a second. Let me do this.
Matt Fortin with NBC 10 Boston. If you're looking for the Karen Read trial live stream, we have an update for you about what's going on. There's been a bit of a chaotic morning in the courtroom, we're understanding. It seems that a court pool camera caught a glimpse of a juror walking into the courtroom this morning. Because of that, the judge is not allowing a video live stream of the proceedings this morning. It doesn't seem like testimony has started just yet, but we wanted to let you know what was going on in case you were looking for that trial live stream. Stay with us on YouTube, Instagram, our website, NBC10Boston.com. We'll keep you updated all day on what happens.
Okay.
Good morning. Today is Friday, June 4th.
Okay, stop it. All right, hold on a second. No, Ted Daniel is not confirmed waterfall video. I don't know why you said that, Peggy. I love you, Peggy, but Ted Daniel is not confirmed this waterfall video. Okay, so now it says court resumes and the judge calls both sides to the bench. So what in the shit is going on and how do I stream it? Well, I mean, okay, but that doesn't mean I get it, Peggy, but we have to like stick to facts here. Just because someone says it in a chat doesn't make it so. Um, Cindy Wade, thank you so much. Is anyone wondering what happened to John's gun? I don't know any off-duty officers who don't carry. I mean, I have no idea about that. George, thank you so much. I appreciate you. No, I'm not going to stream Turtle Boy. All right. This is starting to get on my nerves. Hold on. Yeah, still nothing. Man, this is really annoying. All right, hold on. All right, I have a Zoom link, but it seems to be sent um by an unknown, so I don't know how if it's going to work. Laura Dunn, thank you. Here in Massachusetts, the corruption goes back decades. Watch Trial 4 on Netflix. No mistrial. Thank you so much. Hold on a second. All right. All right, folks. There we go. What? All right, so we're just gonna wait, see what happens here. Let me check my settings. Okay, my computer audio is connected. Get out of there. Get out of there. Settings. Okay. Yes. Just wanted to make sure my microphone would be muted while joining a meeting. All right. So I guess we're just waiting now. And I'll keep checking with the news stations to see if they have anything pulled up. Boston 10 has an upcoming one. So I might just stream them. Yeah, it totally worked. Good job, Cherry. Everybody give a round of applause for Cherry. Look at that. Cherry getting shit done. No, it doesn't. I played it safe with Turtle Boy stream. But the thing is Ted Daniel tweeted, and I trust Ted Daniel. He tweeted that it would be allowed to be streamed and it would be allowed to be recorded. So regardless of what it says there, I trust Ted Daniel, so I'm going to stream this. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much validity. Well, let's hope not, Jenna Rocco. I don't know how much validity this is going to have. There we go. I hear sound. All right, I had sound there. We've got sound. Can you guys hear that?
Maybe see the close down session.
All right, good. All right, so court's in session.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Let me see something here real quick.
I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? So everyone said yes.
All right, so the jury is
Did anyone have
right over here.
Or read anything about this case since we last yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ms. Jessica Hyde to the stand.
Jessica Hyde.
Right this way. Watch your step, please. You solemnly swear the evidence in the court and jury in the case now hearing should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, if you want, that microphone is adjustable. You can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I work there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Now, and then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High-Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012. And I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics. And I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to this?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
And so you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work?
Correct. I've performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR Review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Now,
when
Todd,
do you
if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at two specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regards to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received two reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
What's going to matter here is whether or not she
your understanding
says
that Mr.
that the
Green,
227
was a,
search did not
a
happen.
person that was retained by
If the
defense
Commonwealth
in this case.
can't get her
Yes,
to
I was
say
aware of
that,
that.
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those two reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis here?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
Lolly will ask her if the 634 search happened, and she's going to say yes.
I immediately verified the hash
but he
value
won't ask her if the
of
227
my
search happened.
new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
The defense will, though.
What is the hash value?
Hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used?
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Cellebrite to Axiom to Ardex, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as the SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase ITE, and SQLite is also
Brandy
commonly
Churchwell
pronounced
talked
as
about this.
SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now,
Brandy Churchwell talked about this. You guys pay close attention. This is actually really necessary to hear.
What is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your starting, if you could, sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of these search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Oh,
shit, that cut out.
Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file, and so that wall file is going to contain both the data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying, delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
Okay, so this stuff is important. It sounds boring, but I actually find it more interesting than the DNA stuff. Now, I'm going to go over this probably during lunch or during break, but it's really technical, but it kind of validates a lot of the stuff that she's saying. But you're going to see why there's a big difference. Like, this is not a dishonest or dirty person. This is just because she's a witness for the prosecution does not mean that she's dirty or corrupt. The thing is it's going to be up to Lally to basically use everything that she's saying to try to bore the jury to death and try to confuse them. And he's going to try to make them think that the 227 search on Jen McCabe's phone didn't happen. What's going to happen here, this is my prediction, and I've always predicted this, is once this person goes on the stand, who she is right now, she's not going to say that the 227 search did not happen. She's going to just say that the 634 search did. Mark my words.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored. And inside that database, we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name. It might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Are they usually found on the or seen on the front lawn of the
in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm the defense, I'm straight up going to be like,
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
The 220, did the 227 search not happen?
Here, it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated.
I was going to say, I don't know.
Sure.
Report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk for you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could,
why can't we just televise it?
Or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where and when and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that a timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of this search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc., if that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOF long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hakmok. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hakmok Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there.
She didn't necessarily make the search at 2:27.
Really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in Cache DB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food.
That's what I'm getting at, Scott.
After how long
we'll
to
get
digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search.
Wait for the defense.
At that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold. And that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier. And the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
can I stop you?
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 624, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this.
We'll get there, Microdots. I can explain this.
In the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was, the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited.
So explain how the 634
website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Bad question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 227 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
227 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 623 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 227, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 624, means that yes, that time, that particular tab was used after 227 when the Hawkmock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about one in particular database.
Oh, she'll get crossed, Microdots. She'll get crossed.
Artifact. If you could remind the jury what that is. And
I would bet money on it.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is. But what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I
Sure.
refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant is depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information.
Wait for the
as
defense.
well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was decided as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the history DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want. And in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs. And it shows only tabs that have not been closed.
That's true.
So this
exactly.
is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m.
Even if the
number
defense
is coming
doesn't
from.
cross,
So this
that's what
one
they're going to
is
say,
going
Scott.
to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function.
What's the
Or
function
not what
of
we would
you
presume it to
testifying?
mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari plist, and this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed
Actually,
from.
it's not,
So
because I'm
data
streaming
that's
straight from
in
the
that
Zoom.
situation that it's sitting in the database, that
you.
is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database that is sitting in the wall or has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then, when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like this with apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what if any sort of, as a forensic examiner, what if any sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before?
Lolly didn't even know what the fuck
versus
she's talking
Axiom
about.
Versus that has that information that others may not.
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you
that must be exhausting.
That Celebrite extraction, is there, what if any further analysis do you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. And what the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience,
Today,
your knowledge
Junior!
Of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. I also, it doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the wall file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the wall file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a wall file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the wall file itself doesn't mean deletion, but there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Boo, you suck!
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Ma'am, thank you, Your Honor.
And again,
Pretty much, Amy. Yeah.
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a
That's what the
direct
defense will
screen
get to.
capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now, the
No, she
offsets
works
are
for
different,
Celebrite,
and what that
Maris.
means is that this
Thank
is
you.
just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved, as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari P list, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were
Okay,
able to
thank you,
determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari P list and knowledge CDB.
That makes sense. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I jumped in there just as far as.
Yeah, I
your
thought the
next
Celebrite was a
one,
guy.
if anything else,
Okay,
significant,
I got you.
Do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis here?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried. Yes. Okay.
I agree, Count Time. If Celebrite's not reliable, then let's just retry every single criminal that's ever been convicted based on Celebrite evidence. Let's do that, because that sounds great. And thank you so much, Count Time. Appreciate you. Yeah, so basically what's happening here is she's not saying that the 227 search didn't happen. She's saying that it wasn't deleted. Or at least there's nothing to indicate that it was deleted. So, but she's not saying that the 227 search didn't happen. And the thing is there's no way that I mean, does a phone come with a flux capacitor? Does an iPhone come with a flux capacitor? Can she make a search at 6:24 a.m., make searches prior to 6:24 a.m., and then the 6:24 a.m. show up as searched at 2:27 a.m.? Is that how that works? Brittany, thank you so much. Anyone else completely checked out? To me, sounds like the data is inconclusive to make a determination. Right.
I think when you were talking,
that's not even the main point here. And thank you so much. But that's not even the main point here.
Are there other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that you...
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Hyde, just continue.
What's up, Dana?
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken and the changes that happened. What I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we change the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps in those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic extractions, forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development, is that correct?
Correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Garino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
Trooper Garino's dirty
in
as fuck.
Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from browser state DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the browser state DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
Trooper Garino did the phone extractions in the Sandra Birchwell case too.
Of your analysis,
so keep that in mind.
And everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 0227. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die in cold, HOS, long to die in cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so they're saying they're not saying that Jen McCabe didn't make the 227 search. They're saying that she didn't delete it. So she's saying that the Celebrite report is just wrong, that there's flaws. I mean, but close the tab. That's the thing, is who actually goes through? Because as far as I'm concerned, I close the tab, right? I mean, she would have to go through. How do you even delete a search? No, they didn't, Andrea Vickers. Guys, by the way, Andrea Vickers, who's in my chat right now, is an absolute fucking idiot. So some tomatoes for her. But no, they never said that the 227 search did not happen. What she said was that it's possible that the 227 search didn't happen. But she did not say that it definitively did not happen.
All right, to the court, please.
Yes.
So the most important thing to remember here, and Andrea Vickers, I hope you're listening. Listen. What does this testimony have anything to do with Karen Reed? How does this testimony in any way, shape, or form convict Karen Reed? Because what the prosecution is doing right now is playing defense against the defense. So far, they haven't presented any evidence that is credible that could convict Karen Reed. So far, the prosecution has not done that. And we are weeks and weeks in, people. That has not happened. And here, they call up this Celebrite expert to talk about Jen McCabe's phone. Has nothing to do with Karen Reed. Has absolutely nothing to do with Karen Reed. So why is the prosecution playing defense? You don't think the jury sees right through that? You don't think the jury is seeing, hey, wait a minute, so what did this have to do with the person on trial? I'm wondering, like, how does this convict the person on trial? What are we supposed to walk away with here? Exactly. Because the jury's not stupid. I saw their faces. The jury's not stupid. So right now, this is a ball drop by the prosecution. It doesn't even matter what she says, and she hasn't even been cross-examined yet. So I'm letting you gloat in my chat because we still haven't listened to the defense's cross-examination yet. A. B. We haven't listened to the other Celebrite, to the actual Celebrite expert. And C. We haven't even heard the defense's witness, their independent federal witness, who conducted their own investigation into the 2:27 a.m. search. We haven't even heard that yet. So with everything that I just said, on top of the fact that that has nothing to do with proving Karen Read's guilt, where it's their responsibility to do that. They just wasted a shit ton of the jury's time. Calamity Jade, thank you so much. And oh my goodness, while we wait, it's got to be done.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think.
Calamity Jade, thank you. If the prosecutors had a smoking gun and they save it for last, what a waste of a month and a dozen liars exposed. This is painful, but they don't. This is painful, right? They would have at least built a foundation, and at this point, it's clear that if they were building a foundation, why are they still building it? This long into the case, why is the prosecution still building a foundation? When are they going to get to the evidence? Because if they're trying to win over the jury, they're failing. I'm telling you right now, I saw the jury's faces. They are the jury belongs to the defense. I mean, they just do. Simply through poking holes through the prosecution. Every time the prosecution brings up a witness, they're either discredited as unprofessional or liars. And then whenever it's somebody else who doesn't have any connections to the McAlberts and they're just doing their job, defense doesn't even cross. They're like, that's not evidence against my client. We're good. We're good. I mean, nobody's denying that John's DNA was on his own fucking clothing or on his girlfriend's car. Nobody cares. Yeah. The burden of proof is on the prosecution to prove to this jury beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Read, in fact, hit John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe, with her Lexus SUV. They have not done this. As a matter of fact, so far, the prosecution's own witnesses have basically made it physically impossible for that to have happened by placing Brian Higgins' Jeep there. That didn't happen before this trial, but now Brian Higgins' Jeep with a plow in front was parked in front of the mailbox. I went to 34 Fairview. I saw the size of that lawn. I saw the size of that property. There's no fucking way that Karen Read picked up that much speed in the snow, slammed on the brakes, and did not hit Higgins' Jeep or his plow. Or at the same time, John O'Keefe didn't hit Higgins' plow. It makes no sense. I sat there. I looked right at it. I was like, there's just no fucking way. Right. I mean, dude, and I love it because this Garino dude, this Nicholas Garino trooper, who also did the phone extractions for the Sandra Birchmore case, by the way, if you guys are aware of the corruption that takes place in this town, that's not a coincidence. I'm not going to sit here and act like that's a coincidence. On top of the fact that Garino testified. Well, Garino never testified in front of the grand jury. He just gave a statement that Proctor had read to the grand jury, which they haven't gotten to yet. But Proctor read this to the grand jury, and he stated that well, he read Garino's report, and Garino's report, he was supposed to extract data from Karen Reed's SUV. Like any incident data, anything, like any actions that were taken, slamming on the brakes too hard, cameras picking up somebody behind her, anything like that. So it's fascinating because in Trooper Garino's report, who we're supposed to believe is not corrupt, especially since we know that the type of work relationship that Trooper Proctor has with his superiors, and the Massachusetts State Police still have not released a public statement that they've taken any action against Trooper Proctor and his behavior, even though the governor of Massachusetts just stated how disgusted she was about it. That's fascinating. But the thing is we're also seeing the fact that in this report, Trooper Garino, since I'm already side-eyeing him, in his report, he states that no data could be recovered from Karen Reed's vehicle, but it is his expert opinion that John O'Keefe is a victim of vehicular homicide. That the conclusion he reached is that John O'Keefe is a victim of vehicular homicide. Now, explain to me how what's his title here? Certified computer forensics examiner. Okay? A certified computer forensics examiner working for the Massachusetts State Police could report in the same paragraph, say, and almost in the same breath, if he was saying it out loud, say, no data, which is his expertise, nothing else, just his expertise is the computer data in the vehicle, and no data could be recovered, but it is his conclusion that John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide. How in the fuck is that even possible? Somebody explain that shit to me. How in the fuck is that even possible? That he could not recover any data where he would be an expert in analyzing this data, but he couldn't even recover it. Yet he drew the conclusion, his expert conclusion, that John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide. Explain that shit. Bet you can. Charlie Lynn, thank you so much. The fact that stains on Officer John O'Keefe's shirt had 2 to 3 identified male contributors and they refused to follow up on that speaks volumes. Agreed. That's the issue. The issue here overall is how this investigation was conducted. The fact that Tully did not issue a search warrant for 34 Fairview Road, especially after already knowing the conditions of John O'Keefe and how he was found and what condition his body was in. This is all very, very shady. How do you not request a search warrant for the property where he's found 30 feet from the front door, his shoe is missing, he's beat up only on the face and no injuries from the neck down, and then draw the conclusion that he was hit by a vehicle without investigating and eliminating any other possibility? Why? Unless you're framing someone. Unless you're absolutely railroading her. So why are we supposed to think that they didn't follow up on the unidentified? Because I didn't think of it that way, and that's a great point. Because I was thinking, well, I mean, the thing is that this is why it shut down, but it wouldn't matter. But that's not why they didn't do it. We know why they didn't try test anybody else's DNA. We know why. What I'm saying, though, is even if let's say the people whose DNA that belongs to. Let's say they get charged and tried. I mean, their defense could argue that they gave John O'Keefe a hug when they reached the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Their DNA could have got on him anywhere. If it's not blood DNA, it's not going to be very damning. He had contact with these people. So we know that he had contact with these people. I got to put you guys on hold for just a moment here. All right. So, yeah, I guess we just got to wait. I guess they're on their morning break. And we're just going to have to wait. Let's see real quick. So Ted Daniel had reported that she tells the jury that 2:27 a.m. timestamp is the last time the tab was touched. When, according to Hyde, Jen McCabe was searching Hockomock sports info. She says the tab was moved to the background and accessed 4 hours later for How's Long to Die in Cold. ADA Lally says Hyde about defense expert who determines search did happen at 2:27 a.m. and was deleted. She tells jury there are errors with that. Judge calls for a morning recess. So she says there's errors with what the defense's expert is going to say because the defense's expert hasn't testified yet. So while they're on morning recess, basically, this is the last thing that she says, that there's errors with whatever the defense is going to try to say, what their expert is going to say. And I'm sure that the defense's expert is going to say that there are errors in what she's going to say. So this is what it boils down to. Is Jen McCabe's not on trial here. Karen Reed is on trial right now. So what's happening here is this is going to create doubt. It doesn't matter if it creates doubt on whether or not Jen McCabe made the search or not. If there's doubt, there's doubt, and the defense can use this doubt. So as long as nobody definitively agrees the 2:27 search AM search did not happen, unless they agree that it did not happen, plain and simple, this is going to leave the possibility open for the jury to think that Jen McCabe could have made that 2:27 a.m. search. And that right there is reasonable doubt. That right there is reasonable doubt. That's what the jury is going to look at. We have to look at things and as to how the jury is going to perceive them. Now, do the rest of us using common sense and looking at everything else in this case that we are fully aware of, who have been following this case since before the trial. Do we believe for sure that she did that 2:27 a.m. search? I totally believe it. I think that this is just a bunch of bells and whistles coming from the prosecution. And at the end of the day, we're going to have a very simple explanation for it. Now, what I'm going to do, and what I should have done instead of babbling, is I should have went over Brandy Churchwell's video that she did explaining the 2:27 a.m. search, which is great. But I'll probably wait till lunch to do that. But I have gone over it before, and if you guys aren't subscribed to Brandy Churchwell, the 13th Juror, make sure to do so because she's fantastic. I think she's even live right now, but she's great. Right, that's where I'm at, Patty P. Like, since when could Google searches fucking time travel, bro? When did that become a thing? Oh, if it happens, most definitely. Most definitely I'll cover that. And yeah, this is a great time to hit the like. That would be fantastic. I really appreciate all you guys being here. Right. That's exactly what this is. Don't look there, look here kind of shit. And the fact that the prosecution is using a witness to do that instead of focusing on Karen Reed's, are you good, buddy? Focusing on Karen Reed's, on the proof that could convict Karen Reed is very telling. The jury sees this. They're asking why. They're asking why did we just sit through that? What was the point of that? What's Liz saying? Because our lives are on hold, we have to hold on to hope and be patient and let it all unfold as it needs to. We too are waiting patiently with you. Right. Yeah, man. Let me tell you, man, the Reeds are a tough bunch. And I gotta say, it's incredibly telling of who is in search for the truth here. Why is the prosecution on defense from the defense showing their proof? Because it shows that the defense is trying to show the truth here, and the prosecution is playing deflect of it. That's not in pursuit of justice. The prosecution is obligated to pursue justice. I don't know why I'm super blurry. Sorry about that. I'll refresh in a minute. So the main observation I made about Liz Reed and her family, Karen Reed and her family, the main observation I made, and I was telling this to Jessica Machado when I was in the courtroom with her, that it's fascinating how the Reed family is being railroaded by this system, yet they are still counting on this system to expose the truth and vindicate her. I think that's incredibly telling. When you believe in the system so much, when you believe in justice and you believe in the American justice system so much that you will you know that it itself locally where you live is trying to destroy you, is trying to railroad you and destroy you, yet you're still counting on it to reveal the truth. I think that's incredibly telling. That to me is one of the many things that screams innocence. Free Karen Reed 2024. Thank you so much. She owns her own private company, right? She also said she is the co-author of some certification entity. I'll wait for Celebrite or someone from the FBI to tell us what happened. Right. I mean, she privately owns her own company, so she's not going to have the same credibility that the expert that the defense's expert witnesses are going to have. She's just not going to have the same credibility. It's weird on my phone. Let me try this. I'm going to refresh. It looks better now. I think we're good. Yeah, sometimes I have to refresh my my StreamYard feed. Yeah, I guess we just got to wait for them to come back from break. But it's been 20 minutes. Now, I don't know, man. Like, the thing is you got to understand, this is all going on record. But this 227 search is important. This 227 search is important. There's going to be a lot of chatter about this testimony on Twitter. That I promise you. There's going to be a lot of bickering back and forth. I mean, that's just going to happen. So, I mean, yeah, there's just going to be a lot of bickering back and forth about this. And yeah. But the overall point here is that none of this, it's what should be taken from this, in my opinion, is that it's very telling that the prosecution is focusing on this. It's very telling that the prosecution is focusing on this in their direct and in their case, in presenting their case. Now, I get it if they do that on cross when the defense is presenting their case, that makes sense. But to call this expert witness, to go out of your way to get this expert witness and call this expert witness to be part of your prosecution of Karen Reed, when it proves absolutely nothing, it does nothing for the conviction of Karen Reed, is very, very telling. It's very telling. It shows very much to me that the prosecution is not looking to convict Karen Reed. They're looking to protect the people that the only place logically you're going to look if you're not looking at Karen Reed is inside 34 Fairview Road and the people inside there on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Brandy says, Glare sucks. Wendy Murphy is the smartest and most reasonable person to listen to. Absolutely true. It is not back on. Stop it. I am logged on directly to the feed, directly to the Zoom feed. So it's not behind, it's not ahead, it's live. And there we go. Thank you, Free Karen Reed. Ever meet someone that gossips until they find someone that agrees with them and they don't feel good until they have at least one cheerleader? Prosecution is the same. Pretty much. All right, Brandy. You're awesome. Have a great stream. Make sure to subscribe to Brandy Churchwell, y'all. She's great. She's absolutely fantastic. Let me give her a hand here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. They were back, now they're not back. I don't know. Brandy, do you not have the Zoom link? I could send you the Zoom link. Let me know if you have it already or if you need it. I'll send it to you. Well, she said she was streaming me, so which is fine. Knock yourself out if it's easier for you to do that. But if you don't want like my commentary and memes and sound bites and all that shit, you know, which I understand, let me know if you need the link and I'll send it to you. Oh shit, really? Okay. I have Boston 10 pulled up. But I don't have anything from Ted Daniel posted just yet. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Well, Brandy, I got to tell you, it would have been great if you didn't have a wrench. That kind of gave you away. That kind of gave you away. Just saying. Let's see. Not on Boston 10. So Boston 10 is live, but I'm not seeing Karen Reed's biggest fan yet. That's sarcasm, by the way. Don't y'all be like, oh my God, how can you make jokes about Karen with what she's going through? Oh my God. Calm down, bro. Let me check. I'm gonna check Boston 25, bro. I mean, yeah, like the fan is up on Boston 25. So maybe, folks, maybe. Yeah, I see the fan on Boston 25. So they're probably working that out. Hopefully. It looks like they're resuming the feed. I'm going to keep checking with Ted Daniel here. But he hasn't posted anything new yet. All right, so Zoom feed's back. Hold on. Yeah, I want the medical examiner up there as well. Absolutely. Yeah, and I don't stream court TV, and I don't stream. Well, I stream court TV to troll them, but I don't stream the trial from there.
Thank you. Maybe seated. Close second.
All right, we've got. Hold on.
Just like to step.
Thank you.
Okay, so Boston 25 is up, but Boston 10 isn't. I like using Boston 10.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 for Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. No objection, Mr.
There is
Netti.
no objection, Your Honor.
Boston 25 is a
Thank
little
you.
behind, but I'll use it.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave. Thank you.
Okay, so if we lose the feed, we'll come back to it.
And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts.
Already the jabs.
Include the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
that's fair. Fair.
That another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before.
Sorry, I was getting a better feed to get slightly better sound.
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way and hope I
Or
can
repeat
get
it.
here.
Repeat it,
Sure,
please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or no,
I guess
okay.
what I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
Yeah, you're not saying that she
no
didn't.
indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you
Right.
can
Are you
rule
saying
out.
that it didn't?
That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
You rule it out. Simple
There
question.
is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And
There you
who
go.
was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
That was given to him by a dirty motherfucker too.
Instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history.
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else.
Such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
Thank you very much.
Right. So she had a limited scope provided to her by Detective Tully, who we all know is dirty as fuck, provided to him
Your Honor,
by
Commonwealth
Nicholas
who-
Carino.
Excuse me. Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
I don't know who Joseph Paul is. Thank you, Brittany. Yeah, I am not safe for work, y'all.
Today, Junior?
Watch your step for me. Name, standing, face apart. Just officer, the others give the court and jury in the case down here and truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Lie number one.
Morning.
Good morning.
I don't trust none of these troopers. Right now, anyway.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. I apologize.
Since then, I developed Cerebro and have been able to mind meld with other mutants.
where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section, otherwise known as CARS, our recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the cars?
That was for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about How is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, a Northeast, Central, and a Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. We rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, upon or prior to you entering into the CARS unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at-scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the CARS unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the CARS unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I have been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Berlin Physical Examiner and a technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently, I attended multiple seminars, and most recently, I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Seminar. Some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes.
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you've received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned?
Give me 1 second. I got to take my sip of child's blood.
So, first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test. And part of the, you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam.
Me and Jeffrey Epstein both passed the test at the top of our class.
Sort of the practical portion, what does that consist
of? The practical portion is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you can find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuing educational component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education. to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20 something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Jeffrey Epstein and Hillary Clinton.
Of course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the CARS units, are you just sort of you go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel that if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on your road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the CARS or the Reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I probably assisted another 100, 150 crashes.
Probably assisted.
Of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect...
Sound out your words, bro. Probably. Not probably.
I do.
Probably.
At some point in the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement in this?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do a little inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before, as far
What
as
if any of these were deployed? And none, because there was no accident.
What any relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done, as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Yes. There are 2 ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module, or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use the direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what if any training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from it?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation in this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time. What was reported to you initially as around the time of that the crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On February, to Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, Sham?
Yes.
I mean, Lally's whole freaking prosecution here is flawed in the sense that, like, you're trying to eliminate any doubt in the jury. If you're creating that doubt, I mean, think about it. All he's doing is confusing the jury. What's the natural reaction to common sense people when you're confused? You have doubt. You go, oh, well, you know what? I don't know. That's what you do. That's doubt.
I'm sorry. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have June 136.
Like, he's doing the exact opposite of what a prosecutor's supposed to do. It's insane. I've never seen anything like this.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least when this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously the weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
I mean, you can take that. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to retrieve that from you. I'm going to put 2 other photographs before you after they just look at those. Will come to finish.
Yep.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to see if you introduce the minutes next exhibit.
No objection.
I love how Yannetti just like, he was so quick with that cross-examination. I mean, it was simple. Like, can you eliminate the possibility that she did the 2:27 a.m. search?
Yes.
Nope. And the jury saw that she was trying to avoid answering it. Like, how dare you challenge my expertise? Yannetti is the cerebral assassin, y'all. Like, my man just went in there as always and just went,
oh shit, I'm sorry.
Every time. Every time.
Trooper, directing your attention to the screen. What you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now marked as 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you, sir. If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road?
All right. So this is Ferry Road. It's facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or the general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference. So significant.
Oh my God, bro.
Anything significant with the roadway.
Use your words, guy.
Whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything.
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations did you make of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines on both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after? The roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the
Bro, what were you doing before you sat down and testified, dude? Like, why is your mouth all fucked up?
As you look at the picture, at the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides. And there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side with the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview was located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Yes! I like it.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you know as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Can I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
So when was this done?
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with it's called a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and I also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map the scene.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir,
yeah, microdots.
Can you explain to
Yes.
the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw it into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Trace the signal.
Sir, I'm showing you.
Oh my God, I'm such a child.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image, is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the witness to the next 4 exhibits. No objection.
See, the defense loves when they show evidence, when the prosecution shows evidence, because all it does is every time consistently reinforces that the evidence being evidence of her framing, if that makes sense. They love to be able to shoot it down. They love to be able to question the person handling it, discredit them, discredit the chain of custody. They love to discredit the connections between the people involved. Susan M, thank you. I'm a child too, which is why I think we need a Bart in due time. Count time, thank you so much. Canton police directed him to the evidence he was supposed to examine, but they're conflicted out. Yeah, I mean, this is what's ridiculous. Is like,
that's my fault.
That's what's going to happen. They're going to go up there and be like, "Who told you to go and do this? And when? What was the date that they did this?"
Super Paul, are you familiar with the term? Well, let me ask you this: in regard to the roadway itself, what, if anything else, beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what, if any, other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way: as far as with elevation and incline of the roadway, what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street, or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements, as far as, well, let me ask you this: how is a measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, the digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything
Digital level.
Significance did you find from that?
So this
I
road
don't
had
trust that shit.
approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
Got to have the liquid.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
That's roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams?
I'm going to take Clever outside real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle. Usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control. It's usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as exhibits 584 through 587 to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as first in that set of exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the latest report before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Who is the pointer?
Yes.
Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final rest, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be pointing to where the final rest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue one's a fire hydrant, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and also the street name Fairview Road here.
Now, as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final rest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram?
So we're talking about Mike. So on these diagrams, like it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They're used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imaging will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet, and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I have my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
Okay.
It's trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of the sport, if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that, where is it?
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give an extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, in which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like within, right next to him, so.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. In which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it was right here.
And as far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram as B, how far was that and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Okay. Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2 of the film, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it.
Well,
So
the
we had-
solo cups weren't involved in the
so
crime.
pedestrians, fine reds, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
This is a reconstruction of the crime, supposedly.
Depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were. Is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3, Ms. Gilman. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs that you took with the drone overhead on that day, February 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibit within those. And again, sir, if you could.
It's not a map, people. It's a photograph taken by his drone.
The jury, again, using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant to observe in this drone photograph and diagram you have on this.
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house. There's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
You can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us in a second.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and if you follow the jurors out, please.
Thank you.
Court, all rise for the jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
All right, so 45 minutes of 40 to 45 minutes of lunch. So let's just assume 45 minutes. I should order something. But yeah, I mean, the thing is like, so first of all, that's not a map. That's a picture taken, captured by that trooper's drone. And basically he's marking where these pieces of evidence were found. And I guess his job is to reconstruct the accident as to how they ended up that way. But if he's already trying to, I mean, I just don't see how that's proof. And the only thing that comes to mind here is like, it just doesn't add up. The only thing that comes to mind, yeah, this is yeah. So because I don't see this reconstructionist coming up with anything much different than that. And that's the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen. I don't see how, I mean, that's your theory? Ooh, look, a glass cup. Let me go ahead and pick that up. Oh my God, there's a car coming my way. That did not fucking happen. The stupidity that this case has conjured up, man. I don't understand. Let's listen to some of that stupidity. Y'all want to? Oh, there is none. Okay. Brass, thank you so much. A bigger question is why was okay, shut up. Sorry, something was in my headphones. A bigger question is why was the guy not called to the scene on 129? It should have been his unit and crime scene unit with CERT to do what he and CSU order. Right. I mean, That's going to be something the defense points out and make sure that the jury understands is like, so February 1st, really? Like this is when you decided to search? You decided to search when the weather chilled out a little bit? Yet you didn't search the house? And they were told specifically what to search for. This is also important. They were told, they were instructed by Tully. Tully instructed the CERT team to specifically search for pieces of taillight and a shoe. And then Tully puts in his report where he says that, and it's beautiful how it happens, because he says, no, I did not put that in my report. No way I put that in my report. And I thought the defense was bluffing in cross-examination with Tully. I was like, they better have that report. But the fact that he denied it so much and denied what the report said so much tells me that he believes that 5 pieces were found, or that he at least covered his tracks, because 5 pieces were found, not 3. And yet 5 pieces were not found. 5 pieces were planted, in my opinion, because of the inconsistency. At least the possibility of them being planted is absolutely there. 1 second. Clever unplugged my stuff. Okay, sorry about that. Well, I mean, it's interesting because he was so sure on the stand that they found 5 pieces. Yet in his report, he put 3, and he's like, there's no way I put that. There's no way. And then that could have just been an oversight. But the fact that this guy is saying that 3 pieces of taillight were found, and that's what he was going by and reconstructing on February 1st, what happened on the 29th, that is very, very, very telling. If it was just an oversight, why was there another report? Why was this guy basing everything off of that? Why was he basing his investigation off of that report? Why was he conducting his recreation of this so-called accident or murder, How is he properly recreating this with this, if this was an oversight? Because even still, like, even if, let's just say the taillight evidence wasn't planted, right? This is, again, just a drop in the bucket of inconsistencies in this investigation, which mean that the entire investigation is compromised. She'll get acquitted just based on that, because right there, if Karen Reed, if Tully put down in his report that 3 pieces of taillight were found, and that was an oversight, and that was a mistake, that's a vital mistake to make, because this guy's accident reconstruction is going off of what that report says, clearly. Right? Now, one might ask, well, what difference does 5 pieces and 3 pieces make with that reconstruction? That's the problem, is I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Because if 5 pieces were found, where were the other 2 pieces found? And why were the other 2 pieces missed? They weren't missed. They were missed in the report. But why? And then explain the other 5 pieces of taillight that were found in 5 different undocumented searches that took place after that happened just after Chief Berkowitz, who's retired now, he just happened by 34 Fairview and was like, oh, look, a piece of taillight. Days and days later, days and days after this took place. Because Chief Berkowitz hadn't found that piece of taillight until well after this reconstruction took place. If this reconstruction took place on February 1st, that's where we're at. Oh, I missed this one. Thank you, Calamity Jade. All the children of the Corn Boys grew up in Massachusetts law enforcement. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean the entire integrity of this investigation is fucked. It's completely fucked. That's what's going to happen. That's going to be the insurance that gets Karen acquitted. Hopefully the jury is going to acquit Karen because they believe that whatever happened and it doesn't really matter because that's not what they're really trying to do. In a way they are because they've got a third party culprit defense that they're presenting. The judge is allowing this. So, but at the end of the day, the jury just decides whether or not they're going to acquit. But what they're doing with the third party culprit defense is they're putting the facts on record. All they have to do is actually focus on the lack of integrity in the investigation if they want to get Karen Read acquitted, and that's it. But there's clearly a pursuit for justice coming from the defense, a pursuit for justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. There's clearly a pursuit for justice here. So what's going to happen here is if the third party culprit defense fails, they're not going to acquit just based on the lack of integrity in the investigation. There's no way that Karen Read's not walking out of here a free woman. There's just no way. There's just no way. Too much reasonable doubt. It's all reasonable doubt. That's the issue. They can't convict even if there's one shred of reasonable doubt. But the entire investigation creates doubt. The entire integrity of the investigation is doubted by the jury already. I could tell you that from seeing them with my own eyes myself. I can tell you that. But the thing is this is going to go on, and their defense is going to show that there was motive coming from other people. Their defense is going to show, they've already shown this. But their defense, when they get to present their case, which they haven't even done yet, the prosecution just keeps on bringing witness after witness that seems to help the defense and not the prosecution. So what's going to end up happening here is they're going to prove that Karen Read could not have hit John O'Keefe, and they're going to prove that there's motive from people that were inside 34 Fairview with their defense. But I'm really interested because at first I didn't think that this cell phone extraction expert that the prosecution called up, I didn't think that she had any reason to lie. But the fact that she was contracted by the prosecution because she owns her own private company. She owns her own private company. So she has something to gain by testifying in a high profile case. She absolutely has something to gain by doing that. But it's a bad move if whatever she says gets shut down by independent federal witnesses. witnesses in a completely separate federal case. So that's the thing, is we still haven't heard the defense's witnesses on the Celebrite report. And what the prosecution's doing here is playing a really, really dangerous game with this case, because a lot of the evidence that's going to be against Brian Walsh is based on Celebrite data. So, and it's funny because it's still Michael Morrissey's Norfolk County DA's office that is going to be prosecuting Brian Walsh. So, I mean, they're playing a really dangerous game here, because if the jury buys the shit that this so-called expert that's on the stand says, who's contracted by the prosecution, if the jury buys this, and let's say in some weird Twilight Zone existence that the jury convicts Karen Reed on this and takes that into consideration and says, oh my God, which I don't see how they could, because it's in no way evidence against Karen Reed. But when you're shooting down, you're bringing on an expert to shoot down the validity of Celebrite data. You're playing a dangerous game, because that's going to open up the door to retrials of other criminals who have been convicted based on Celebrite data. It's a dangerous, dangerous game. Britta Mad Hatter, thank you so much. Prosecution is creating more doubt than defense. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, is the defense hasn't even they haven't even started their case yet. They're merely cross-examining the prosecution's own witnesses. That's all they've done. Right. That's a dangerous, dangerous game, because, dude, I'm telling you right now, man, Brian Walsh is fucking guilty. I'm telling you, Brian Walsh is fucking guilty. I believe that shit all through, and that's my opinion, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just speculating, but I believe with every fiber of my being that Brian Walsh absolutely murdered his wife. I have no doubt in my mind about this. And if you are trying if you're trying in one case, like, okay, you've got two murder cases, same district attorney's office prosecuting both cases. In one case, you're trying to use Celebrite data to convict an accused murderer. In the other case, you're trying to discredit Celebrite data in order to convict, and not even to convict, to play keep away from a very powerful, keep the eyes off of a powerful family, because this is not in any way, shape, or form damning to Karen Reed. That person's testimony was in no way, shape, or form damning to Karen Reed and bad for her case. It's not evidence against her at all. The only purpose it serves is Jen McCabe. Don't look over here at Jen McCabe. That's the only purpose it serves. For the record, when this comes up in a federal case, don't look over here at Jen McCabe. They're trying to protect Jen McCabe from the record that's going to be used in indictments coming later. That is clearly what the prosecution, it's the only reason you can think as to why the prosecution would even bring that expert in. Yeah, pay no attention to perplexed TC. Just do yourselves a favor and don't. I mean, I see that she's spamming my chat, but she doesn't know what she's talking about. So it's of zero consequence. Sorry, but it's true. Right. The yard is very small. I mean, here's the thing. And I'll entertain Laura's little rant there for a second. The reason why all of these people are guilty of a conspiracy, they are guilty of a conspiracy of a cover-up. And I'll tell you why. I'll keep it very simple. I won't even get into how many reasons why they are guilty of a conspiracy, and it's plain as day. But I'll just stick to one simple fact. Every single person that was at 34 Fairview, if they were to walk out that front door or the door that's going to the garage that's right next to the front door, still they have to go through the front, go across the front. There is no way that everybody who left that house that night did not see a body laying in that lawn if he was dead and if Karen hit him. There is no way. It is impossible. I saw the lawn myself. I don't care if he had some snow on him. I saw the lawn myself. I could see how well it would be illuminated. I saw this with my own eyes. There is, I'm going to say it one more time, absolutely no fucking way that every single person who left that house did not see John O'Keefe laying in that snow if Karen Reed hit him with the lawn with the Lexus SUV. It can't. It's impossible. Can't be done. That's it. I mean, so why are they all lying about it? Why are they all saying, like half of those people are saying that they saw Karen Reed's SUV do literally everything except commit this crime. And the reason why I am sure of this, if they saw Karen Reed's car get there, move, pull out, move again, and then leave, if they saw her do all this but did not see the crime actually be committed, and they did not see John O'Keefe's body laying in the snow, it's because Karen Reed did not do this. They didn't witness anything. There's no way. It can't be done. And the reason why that is because Karen, all right, so all of these people who didn't see it, who saw Karen Reed's SUV do literally everything except commit the crime, and they did not see John O'Keefe laying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview, if they were to report, this is the kicker, if they were to put in their statements, yes, I saw John laying in the snow, any one of them would have to answer for why didn't they get help? Why didn't they help him? That's the reason why this is absolutely a conspiracy to cover this up, because every single person is accountable for complaisance at the very least. None of them did anything to help John O'Keefe. None of them did. So there's no way that they saw Karen Reed's SUV do literally everything except commit the alleged crime. And there's no way that if this happened, that they wouldn't have seen John O'Keefe's body laying in the snow. There's no way. Because if they had seen John O'Keefe laying in the snow, I'm going to repeat this again, if they had seen John O'Keefe laying in the snow, then they would be accountable for not having gotten him help. And if they had seen him, why didn't they help him? Because Karen didn't hit him with the car. That means they were protecting someone inside the house. So the bottom line here is John O'Keefe went inside 34 Fairview Road that night, or those early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. And something happened to him in that house. None of us know what it is. None of us actually know. But something happened inside that house. Well, here's the thing, Laura. I'll tell you this. I'm saying that I think that dude is dirty. Why do I think that dude is dirty? Is because he's putting his integrity to the side and following orders that don't make sense. Because there is no way that that dude reconstructed that accident, so-called, well, not an accident, because she's on trial for murder. There's no way that he could reconstructed this and came to a sound conclusion without being told to do that. Because the facts dictate that Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her SUV. So if he submits a report stating that she did, well, then he's a corrupt, dirty fuck. Sorry, but he is. Right. Yeah. The injuries are just, they're not consistent. Never heard of anybody being hit by an SUV at 24 miles per hour and not having one so much as even scrape on their torso, on their legs, nothing. But yet everything's on his arm, right here, concentrated on his elbow. And let's say that the broken glass caused this on his elbow. That means that his elbow would have had to have scraped. And that would mean that he would have had road rash on his elbow, along with the abrasions that look like a bite mark. He would have had road rash. He would have had a solid colored abrasion there that would be about yay thick. It doesn't take a doctor or a medical examiner to know that that's at the very least a likelihood. Right. His back, nothing below the head except for what is clearly an animal attack. I'm going to bring up Tom CPU's stream. And it's behind, so it's just to keep us.
So, yeah, pretty good. Yep, Deputy Chief does.
And I'm going to order lunch.
It's 3 seconds long. I wouldn't.
Bro, you know what?
You got duct tape on there? Yeah. Double battery. This one burns out, then I go to that one.
Ah, you got a backup?
Yeah. Always got to have a backup.
Always got to have a backup.
Backup.
For you.
It's all battery. 36%.
I love Tom. I need a double beef and cheddar, y'all.
The defense doesn't have the footage.
What? Lots of Arby's sauce.
You think it's gonna rain later? They're saying it's gonna. If it rains, it's gonna rain bad here. If it is, you can feel it. Yeah.
Seeing clouds too, I'm getting a little
I think I have my umbrella. But in a thunderstorm, that's not too smart. A little zip.
nervous. Be careful. Time for this one, huh? You get to have the sidewalk all twice. Be nice.
I wonder why Jolene is howling right now.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
You're good enough for me. I don't need the golden shot. We love it. Well, see, I'll know what day.
Rebecca, I hear you.
I'm sure I know what day you start.
Thank you. I'll let everybody know.
Where's my? Yeah, here we go.
You got me.
Hell yeah!
And there's Mark and Melanie.
Oh my god, I'm gonna destroy this shit.
Brad.
Absolutely. I just don't want to watch it. I know where it's going. You start on this.
I gotta go to make it.
Good man.
Put 2 cups on that. And there's cold water for you, okay? All right, I'm gonna go catch up to you. Sure. I'll be right back.
I got some Arby's on the way, y'all. Arby's is so good. Somebody was talking about it the other day, got me thinking about it. And a special thanks. I got to give some shout outs, man, because some of y'all hooked me up, man. Mary hooked me up with PayPal. Thank you, Mary. And let's see. Jay Quellen and Queen. Oh no, Jay Quellen.
Thanks, Jason.
Stacy and Leslie, thank you.
How you doing in there? You okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Worried. Oh my God, you're gonna hate me.
I have one in my car. Yeah.
All right. And Laura became a member. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull the trial back up. And I'm gonna take care of a couple of things real quick. I'm gonna leave you guys with Karen Reed's biggest fan. And I will be back shortly. So if I miss any of these, I apologize in advance. Thank you, Funky Fresh app. Appreciate you, buddy. So yeah, I will be back. And I'm gonna leave this up so that like if court comes back on, you guys won't miss anything. And I will be back shortly.
Maybe seated, put us back. Just watch your step for me.
Afternoon, Trooper. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And this gentleman, that's the drone image. Trooper Paul, directing your attention to what's up on the screen that's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last in the set of 4 diagrams or drone images that I presented before you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have lights back. Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, it's fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
And was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that within the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
We analyzed a little bit of the the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you some photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish.
Yep.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken tail light here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection. So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections on the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dent that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. As my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also
My hand is shaky.
Driver's side tail light as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side tail light versus the passenger side tail light, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side tail light?
As compared to the left side of the tail light?
Yes.
So on the left side of the tail light, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that now. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we are obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you expect?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item was on an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. They were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED will most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. Since there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes,
And what does NHTSA stand for?
it's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated,
I can feel your
on February
angst,
1st, at some point
Wolverine.
you, did some testing
Open
with
your
the vehicle, is that
mind
correct?
to me,
Correct.
And where was
Wolverine.
that testing done?
Logan, I am your friend.
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
So similar to the asphalt.
Kiss my asphalt.
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that test?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what a V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. Use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, you're on one moment, please.
Sure.
Half-assed. No, not half-assed. Half-assed. Half-assed was he going?
So
Not half-assed. Half-assed. I said half-assed. What?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box, and it set certain parameters as like you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
So from the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And with you describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the two reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day?
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to at least 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box board using during those two reverse accelerations?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those two reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the
I actually have no idea how much Karen Reed's legal bills are going to be, Deneen, but pinned at the top of the chat is the link to donate if you don't care. You just want to help.
I was actually operating.
But I have no idea.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test? How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
Man, I wasn't showing nobody
kept the
special
vehicle fairly
treatment.
straight. There was no.
I let Cherry have it.
It was fairly easy to keep control of.
Cherry's chat, man. I just live here. But it's Cherry's chat. I ain't got nothing to do with that shit.
With regard to reverse braking.
Yeah, so we conducted two reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box board attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned?
Oh, they're talking about Laura.
These tests
Cherry.
conducted, what, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour, and then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is how fast.
See what I mean?
A number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the two reverse braking tests,
I mean, what do you want?
On that, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument from the V-Box board?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one, it was a point, I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regards, again, you're operating the vehicle during these two reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these two reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them till it stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a .69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defendant's vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with it's called event data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the BOSS CDR software and will attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of. So there's a lot of information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Cheese emojis for Cherry's birthday. Cheese emoji. She loves cheese.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash data retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that.
There we go. Look at them go. Look at them. You guys are so sweet. Remembering Cherry on her birthday like that. You guys are the sweetest. Look at this chat, Cherry. What else could you ask for? It's amazing.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with the vehicle?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little terse when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why not.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
No shit.
With respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term?
That means he's going to absorb all the impact.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like change of velocity, like it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect
Bless
to
you.
people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle.
Maybe they'll go over it, Cosmic
like a
Blue.
pedestrian typically have.
But great question.
Very little.
Thank you.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is just essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as
The
far
fuck
as
does that have to do with?
we talked a little bit earlier in
What?
your testimony about roadway evidence. When it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Well done.
Yeah, so they will go in the same
funny.
direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the Reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean excuse me, in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happened, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happened. Point impact is the same thing. It's just more down to like that specific point at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, with the path of travel, so a lot of in collisions most of our collisions we start where the final rest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing. We're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from, and we know within that area that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one more?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available,
I think we got a super cat.
So
I think we got a super cat.
TechStream, they also do the diagnostic stuff, so they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history.
I think we got a super cat.
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record, it's the same as you get your speeds, brakes, if the accelerator pedal's on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry, so Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer are equipped with camera systems, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control system?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using
So
Toyota TechStream,
no physical evidence still. Got it.
explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information.
The same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port and then up that software program, and we follow the steps and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking and acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage.
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, is this relevant to our case? And I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as in it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Hi.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that? The trooper, if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
So wait a second. Am I understanding that there were triggers that took place from her vehicle?
How many triggers was it, sir?
Can we count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them.
What are you doing?
Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 22.
Oh, yeah. So 22 separate triggers. Those are, so in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
What?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't actually need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that'd be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you the documents. Just ask you to look at that. Look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Now, Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. You see elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these
Okay.
were when the vehicle was.
So what
with
did it
us,
trigger?
And a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are two triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Dude, I'm triggered by the word trigger.
Contained as far as the 12,629. That's prior to the.
Okay, you have to either come closer or speak up even louder, Mr. Howard.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
Get him, Beth.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your braking test?
Yeah, so yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
So you Googled your evidence? Awesome, dude.
Showing you another document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I want to introduce you to the exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 592. Did you?
All right, I have 1 minute, Sean.
Yes.
May I return it to the witness, Sean?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Someone, if you could enlarge 2 minutes a little. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as an exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
And these are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage tools.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes, so which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and a max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Yeah, this is like going nowhere, bro. I don't understand. So, what triggers? And the guy recovered absolutely no black and white still photographs, or so the thing that triggers these type of responses, but you couldn't recover them, but you could recover the triggers. Unless I'm misunderstanding, because I'm hearing a lot of word salad. And I thought that Garano said that there was no data recovered during, and that was shown during the grand jury testimony. So this is going to be interesting in cross. Like I'm really interested to see what happens here in cross.
You are unmuted.
If they even get to it today, because this dude's taking forever.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to One Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes,
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1, 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
No,
Yes, it was.
that's retired.
Now,
That's retired.
As far as within
Thank you,
your
though.
report and
I'm
your
sorry.
analysis, did you come up with some sort of a label as far as these 2 different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Showing you another document, asking you to just review that before we finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
The 593.
And again, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With course permission, may I
Yes.
Bev's like, yes. Oh, thank you,
So the
Derek.
document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that?
I can't do it right now, though. They're showing
do.
evidence.
Is if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row, starting from the top, is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself, or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, and then goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds backs up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. If I can read that right. And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just
Yep.
for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle,
Correct.
can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of the vehicle?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, zeros not pressed and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher. In this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, and that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so up to 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this,
I mean, if she was trying to kill somebody, dude, wouldn't she gun it?
Data from the Toyota tech screen. What, if
Like,
any information
what are you talking about? So she had her foot on the pedal at 30%? That's nothing.
From this data?
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Okay, so what was the
From your
percentage at
experience,
that
from your
point?
training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal, and the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again, and also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could just retrieve the one we got before.
Absolutely. Yep.
document that I've just handed you now.
I mean, basically, like,
yes.
Holy crap, she drove.
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same
Yeah, that's
mileage
not a
reading on the
U-turn.
odometer.
If
same
she
key
put it in
cycle.
reverse,
Correct.
it's 3-point turn. It's
Madam
not
Mayor
a
Pro-
fucking
Yes.
U-turn.
No objection.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission this time.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could.
Why didn't you do that like forever ago? Imagine how much time would have been saved, collected over the weeks.
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
And this occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note as with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as you said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And what's good, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with
Yeah.
regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12,629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table or chart?
Say that again.
How long a period of time does this?
So this is,
I agree. It doesn't prove anything.
Start of key cycle or this whole, just this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So the 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Okay,
Now,
so
similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if anything,
that's what I want to hear.
Does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data on the screen?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show it slowing down. Zero is like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel. How far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8-second.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral. Then it goes down. Then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight. It stops. Then it's placed in reverse, and then goes back. Goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles.
Court resumes at 9 a.m. on Sunday,
Yes.
guys.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in the steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel sale was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, about right, and up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Thank you for the Venmo, Diane.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
No church on Sunday. Church is canceled because of due to court.
Another document, you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Hard practice. Call of the seat to introduce the witness next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead and you can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined to.
Okay. Paul, who wants to pick it up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
What if anything of significance?
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the cellular opening ratio, kind of stays consistent at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Borrow that back.
Yep.
I'm showing you another document.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart. I have attached, I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to see if you can produce the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay. So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Well, I mean, they're trying to say that this all adds up to Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe. Like, okay, but where's the video footage showing where she was?
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And why is there data from the car now when there wasn't during grand jury testimony?
How is this?
Thank you, Allison Faye.
And what,
Welcome.
if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B.
It's a membership, Cherry.
I
Get your
started
shit
from
together.
when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the spherical speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect
No,
to
it's not.
the vehicle's mass,
It's a membership. Get your shit together.
miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction.
Welcome, Megan. Thank you.
This particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent?
You get your shit together.
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now,
So a pedestrian strike just could have happened, is what you're saying. Got it.
Data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say with
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
Wow.
And the injuries that you
Yeah,
observed, or
where they
that you
were
informed
matter,
about,
dude.
you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian?
Get your shit together.
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to?
Oh, this I gotta hear.
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
How?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury to the arm, with the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking the Lexus.
Dude, that is the worst explanation I've ever heard, bro.
To this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
Everybody's got to take a drink before they
So
lie.
kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward.
Where did he get struck on his body, dude?
And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
This guy's acting like nobody on the jury ever played with building blocks.
Review of the medical examiner's report that there was
What, dude?
the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular to pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage.
Where's the blood?
Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward.
Where's the
so
blood?
They get hit from behind.
You mark the point of
have damage
impact?
to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Where's the point of impact on his body?
Now, with
Where's
regard to
where on the curb did his head hit?
Kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle's speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Wow, dude.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision. And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been
projected him off.
The car would
the
have ran
left.
over him and traveled over him, like traditional.
Yeah,
The car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes. So due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left, by rotating,
Jackson's writing all this
away
shit
from
down.
the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle, as you do in like most live traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about.
Based on my findings, the world is a vampire.
Between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Paul, back to February.
Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate it.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, you mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras, and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we're trying to see if the operating vehicle would
it
be able
sounds
to see a
like he's
pedestrian
wrapping up his
behind
direct.
the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras
I
to
think
see
we'll get
what
some
would the
cross
cameras
today.
pick up as we go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was
In
conducted,
fairness to the dependent, that's rich.
That's correct.
your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
And why?
Due to was most, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what a pedestrian, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but not at times when it's like an intentional act. Visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
This is amazing. So according to this guy, John O'Keefe was tapped and went into a spin, hit his head on the curb, and ended up, what was it, like 9 feet into the yard from the road? That sounds right.
Yes.
And somehow scraped his arm up on the taillight on the way. Somehow.
I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12 feet. Excuse me.
First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
Oh, I can't wait to see the recreation of this.
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
We need a
those to be?
recreation here.
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the, showing that taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marino's. Did the
That was
infotainment
Guarino
system
who found nothing.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
Oh,
they had tools that to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustain.
Yeah, that's all hearsay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Speculation.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce them as the next 7 exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing a note. What are those 5 photographs?
7.
Seven.
No objection.
Infotainment system. Dear sweet baby Jesus, please let Plevin make a new recreation video that has this man's theories on it. Please, dear sweet baby Jesus. Amen.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now been marked as Exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3.
Riveting stuff here.
Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and it's marked as Exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
It is the baby shark projector.
The infotainment system. When you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started and stopped.
Oh my God, man. Come on with this
Correct.
bullshit. Dude, every fucking car starts like that these days.
Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as Exhibit 6?
It is a nice car.
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like that's the navigation.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
It's a car, guys.
Data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you've responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact did that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back and stroke?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we might not get crossed till Monday the way this is going. I thought he was probably wrapping it up, but apparently we needed to see the inside of her car.
Might have been just the interior.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I got to admit, the other stuff was interesting, but again, it's smoke and mirrors. Like all that data that he went over about the acceleration, I didn't know a car recorded all that
Those are
shit.
the recordings of the
but
visibility or
it
the
proves nothing.
braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
No objection.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad I got to go to court. It's like when I did. Oh my God. I'm so glad, because I'm glad I wasn't there when McCabe's were testifying. I would have been laughing, and I would have been, yeah, it would have been bad. I like everything happens exactly when it's supposed to happen and how.
Yes.
I was in that courtroom exactly when the universe meant for me to be there, because otherwise I would have been either falling asleep or losing my shit.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on to seek to introduce the minutes and exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
This trooper is also what's known as a precog. They predict crimes before they happen, and then Tom Cruise goes after him and chases him. He hangs out in a shallow pool all day, predicting crime.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet photograph 2612.
Thank you, Buzzy, for truth. Appreciate it.
Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle, showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
It's actually when we were playing carpool karaoke and singing "Today is the Greatest."
View was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle in reverse?
Yes, so this has this straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Oh, okay, so why are we not looking at the footage caught by those cameras?
As the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears
Thank you,
as
QZ Farm.
objects from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
Beep, 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 beep,
As
beep.
far as the volume of the beeping that you...
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer
Yeah.
to an object, correct?
Yep.
Beep, beep,
Now,
beep,
with
beep,
respect
beep,
to
beep,
the
beep, beep,
middle
beep,
of the
beep.
screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there? Could you direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yes. So that right here, this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Not necessarily. Like either it was or it wasn't, bro. Like either you stuck that shit in there or it was already in there.
That photograph 2618. And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah. So this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Okay. Ms. Cummins, you can take this down.
Quit it.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle in this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back, reverse.
Actually, it wasn't him, I don't think.
Visibility analysis, what, if any,
It was Proctor on behalf of the other guy.
of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating,
Thank
the
you,
vehicle
Solomon
on
Grundy.
February 1st, and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the data?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, fairly quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point, were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
So what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking, or cameras or anything else, as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that were just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Where did you, what, if any, where, if any, did you retrieve this so-called dummy? I went into my prosthetic man collection at home, and I picked the least favorite one, the one that I get mad at most. And so I figured since we were going to hit it with a car, I wanted it to be that one.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
The vehicle is right here.
This is the prosecution's whole case right here. This is the closest to physical evidence they've got. This isn't even circumstantial. This is the worst.
What if any name did you give your prosthetic man? I like to call him Fred. Well, the 24 miles per hour would be in reverse. So no, that's not 24 miles per hour. There. So I guess this is the physical recreation. Where are the markers that say how many feet this is? Where's that? Right. And why didn't they do this in front of the house? What?
If I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those things, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets. What was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman,
Get the fuck out of my face with this, dude. Like, there would be no screeching of the tires. None at all. You never hear the tires. Get out of my fucking face, bro. Like, this is all deflection from 34 Fairview and the party. That's all this is. Why didn't you hear? This is all just, why didn't you hear the murder take place? Well, the expert said that you wouldn't even hear brakes. You wouldn't hear the car stop or slow down because physics, these particular brakes just break the law of the physics. There's no way that the car's gonna stop at a sudden point. But this one is brake noise and tire screech resistant. That shit is not a thing, bro. Like, at a certain speed, you stop the car at a certain fucking in a certain way that it's sudden, the tires are gonna fucking slide. Dude, he accelerates as he continues. The car doesn't even come to a complete stop. What is this guy doing? What is this supposed to be? Yeah, no, this is just like where is the prosthetic Fred? Where's prosthetic Fred?
Thank you, Tom Gillis. And I appreciate you, Alex. Prosthetic man collection.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it briefly. Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on the screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible here.
So, so right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at the visibility now?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please press.
Okay, why are we looking at the front of the car, bro? Like, if she hit John with the back of her car, why aren't we looking? Oh my God. Why is Lolly doesn't have a mic?
I could ask you to just bring it back just a couple of seconds.
It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. This doesn't like even begin to prove anything.
As far as this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, it may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
Then in the actual camera view.
The actual camera view shows that's where our punching bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
And Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in. If you could press the play.
And after this, we consulted with our expert, who goes by the name of Plevin, yellow-stained cock and tails, yellow-stained cocks and tails. Yes, Plevin, Plevin. He's our expert.
Now, Trooper Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at One Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153. Objection may be approached.
Yes.
Jen McCabe's tooth is all offended and shit. Sir! Sir! Excuse me! Cocks and tails? Cocks and tails? Did you grow up in a barn? Like, this is the biggest crock of shit I've ever seen, dude. Like, I mean, how am I supposed to be convinced of anything just because this guy spun a bunch of fucking word salad around behind some sort of expertise title, like being some sort of expert. Like it makes no sense. Okay, so you showed me evidence that at this time she went forward, and then at this time she went in reverse. She had her foot this much on the gas to go this speed. So what? And you're showing me that she has a camera system that would have picked up all of this. Yet you don't have the footage from that camera system. You're showing me everything except the evidence. I don't understand what is the point of this. This makes no fucking sense at all. What is the point of this? Like, seriously, this is the same shit as the witnesses at 34 Fairview. Yeah, well, we saw Karen's vehicle show up, and then it pulled out, may or may not have made a 3-point turn, reversed, and then drove away. Well, did you see her hit John O'Keefe? Never saw John O'Keefe. Oh, okay. Well, did you see a body laying out in the front lawn when you came out hours later? No. Didn't see anything like that. No. Huh? Well, she has, she put her foot on the pedal, and then she had it at 75% at this time, and then she had turned the wheel this much percentage to the left, and then this much percentage to the right, which would fucking indicate what? That she's goddamn driving. Like, I don't. Okay. All right. And then how much time did we spend on what her system picks up as far as cameras go, but none of this footage could be retrieved? I wonder why. So my master plan is going to be if you're asking what, if any, master plan I'm going to have, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically explain in theory, and we're just going to put it all on a spreadsheet, okay? Because these people love spreadsheets. Ask that sleuthy goosey girl, whatever. She loves the spreadsheets. Everybody loves spreadsheets. So what we're going to do is we're going to put these things on a spreadsheet so it looks really professional for the jury. And then this way, they're too busy looking at the spreadsheet image before they actually ask where in the fuck is the actual evidence. So, we show them spreadsheet, they forget about actual evidence. That's my master plan. What, if any, questions are there from anybody here? Please don't kill me. I'd like to live. Don't kill me before there are federal indictments, please. Thank you. What the fuck is going on here, dude? This is the fucking weirdest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, like, where are the Albert's ring cam? Where's the neighbor's ring cam who had solo cups? Where's any physical fucking evidence that proves that Karen Reed, that isn't completely and totally lacking integrity? Where is the physical evidence that proves that Karen Reed did anything to John O'Keefe with that vehicle? Like, because if she hit John O'Keefe with the car and broke her taillight, where are the injuries sustained from the taillight? I mean, I'm telling you, like, what is this? Like, what does this guy think? This guy's sitting here saying, okay, well,
to explain away why it wouldn't leave any injuries, because he's not an expert. He can't talk about that. He has no medical expertise, but he's subtly, not so subtly, trying to explain how John O'Keefe would have gotten hit without sustaining any injuries on his body, which means that he got tapped by the edge of the taillight hard enough to put him in a spin and break the taillight, but not hard enough to leave any injuries on him, right? Or he hit it with his arm, because this guy thinks that John O'Keefe's lacerations came from blunt trauma, and because it's blunt trauma and lacerations, right? So what they're trying to say is that his arm sustained all of these injuries. So let me rewind. So what's going on here is this guy is saying that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle at 24 miles per hour. She picked up speed at 60 some odd feet and reached 24 miles per hour in reverse and hit John O'Keefe with her tail light, cracking it, not shattering, or it was shattered. We still don't know, but we know. And so the tail light causes bite marks around his elbow and lacerations going all the way down his arm, puts him in a spin. His head hits the curb as he spins, and he bounces head first off of the curb 12 feet into the lawn. Karen's SUV hits him in the arm, causes all kinds of scratches and a bite mark around his elbow. Puts him in a spin, head hits the curb, bounces off the curb, and goes flying 12 feet into the yard. Thank you, Shelley Hall. I'm late, so did they show a video that this could happen even though we know it didn't? No.
All right, Jarvis. I appreciate your patience.
You are unmuted.
A few things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying in Trooper. I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to
So no more today.
efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday is going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court
Oh
is
my
not in
God.
session on Wednesday.
Jesus.
Full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks.
So full day Monday and full day Thursday, no court Tuesday and Wednesday. What about Friday?
So we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
Rise to the court, please.
Boo! You suck! You are muted.
And the booing was for Bev, not anybody that's being shown on camera right now. That, just to be clear, Bev and her scheduling.
That's actually a great question. Will it still be televised on Tuesday? Actually,
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions.
So we're not
You'll
done.
be shown a video.
Okay. All right. So a voir dire now and
right,
then
Mr.
all day Tuesday.
Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul.
Oh my
as I was
God.
asking you before, with respect to, have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Avenue, depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling? Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, to save time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman. You show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
153.
Okay, so yeah, make sure you pause it before he actually hits the car.
From this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
It makes contact,
Yes.
dude.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance that you observe, significance of the impact between the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe?
Same trooper. This is just void year.
At the photos are now.
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play at this time.
That's your assessment? Snow doesn't move. Maybe because the piece fell into the housing. Maybe because it didn't break all that much. And you're going to tell me all that shit came from that? Look at how lit up that back brake is. All those pieces of taillight. That picture of the taillight. All those pieces of taillight found days and days later came from that taillight. Get the fuck out of my face.
Yes, I think it's on. I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
All right, because at this point, people, those of you who are new to the case, Karen allegedly had already hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle. This happens hours later. And supposedly they found basically all of the taillight all over the property of 34 Fairview on 5 undocumented searches, followed by a search that took place on the 1st, when the crime allegedly took place on the 29th.
Thank you.
So
could you turn the lights on, please?
Your Honor, if I could.
we're to believe that that taillight was in that many pieces already.
Have, what's now been marked as Exhibit 549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
Your Honor, it's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It was just magnified for purposes of this, of showing it. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video.
Missing a piece is the point, not the whole thing.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
Sorry,
from.
what was the answer? I
It
didn't
was,
hear.
sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
We need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primary on 196 crashes.
7.
And I know
Man, that's actually a great idea. Why don't I use a sound? I've got a sound booster right here, 7. Here you go, buddy. There you go. Wait, I got another one. I got another one.
To that experience.
Hold on, one more. Hold on, I got another one. There we go. Sound boosters up the wazoo.
Sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence, and what kind of damage you would anticipate.
So obviously, the higher the speed, the more damage. The lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
One thing, the collision, the tail light is, what I say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground, because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the tail light breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle.
Dog bite looking damage should have happened to that car.
With respect to, I think you just answered it. So, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
It'd be probably a higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of the voir dire, I need to hear all of this. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal. Maybe it would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision sequence?
The bumper is, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. And it kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, the tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have, specifically as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also, the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have some, why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is why, dear Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For one thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Did you put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
Oops.
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish.
Jackson's not fucking around. I love it. He came out swinging.
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light. Are we talking about tail light? Or are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the tail light.
So one person at a time. You both.
Yeah, man. Easy there,
You
Tinker
started
Bell.
talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse.
You didn't test
and
it.
make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this
Traverse,
is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you're asking me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said when
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's like, I just
Mr.
sat up here and listened to you
just for-
lie for
there's no
hours.
jury here. This is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am.
Bev, he's fired up. That's because he's not showing off.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
We did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
I haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are at probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever
So,
had
yes.
a crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the
Boy, Gia,
Reconstructionist.
get your shit
Give me an
together.
estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about a mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds So next time I have been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for fuels at low speed impacts,
Okay. How low speed?
like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes,
Did you see any damage?
yes. All right, well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstance? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something, chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right, against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You will still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally.
I'm trying to answer your question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? In a low speed impact.
A taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr.
It might crack, it might break, etc.
Where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how we worded the question. Remember that?
Come close. Yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to the why there's the two different paint materials there. That why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact.
Dennis made me testify like this so I could get it to the light, etc.
I said yes to that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yes. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
Yeah, bro.
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
This is awesome.
I don't really know. It's been a little while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here.
I didn't see the
Looking at
tire
your
move,
entire car's report.
etc.
Put anything in this car's report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
So who on court TV during this trial?
like
And prior hearing.
no, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about testifying?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago?
dude.
10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? I mean, 2 weeks ago? Couple? Two?
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing,
Right. Well, those
or pre-trial conference. Sorry.
We all meet up to decide who's going to take the light.
we're talking
etc.
over each other. I'm trying not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
I'm trying not either.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pre-trial.
Yes.
Okay.
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Everybody sitting right here. Lieutenant Tully.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there. Correct.
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not impact that you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
Yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had
My
what?
checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just to make sure I'm more on the same page of what we,
Yo,
what we
Jackson's
understand
just playing with this guy like
what's
a
going
kitty
on in the
cat
trial.
with
Make
yarn.
sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in trial.
Yes.
Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
You were
I
watching
wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there people were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our little conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or
God,
not
I wish the jury
you
was
would,
watching this.
in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me I'd make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with the taillight breaking?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
Dude, Bukaki and Proctor snapped this guy with towels.
I'm just
in the
stating what I
fucking
saw,
shower,
my
bro.
professional opinion on what it is. If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent.
They fucking give this guy wedgies and shit.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury. They're also not very good for me, Mr. Jackson.
Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you could then turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Good liar.
See those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
That's, I mean, yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of like just, highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay. I'm talking about notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you had come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just moving on.
Yep.
Dude,
your
man.
opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right.
meaning you're
So,
full of
Trooper, you
shit.
are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dude, Jackson could have spent fucking days on this dude. This guy's got no credibility. 1 minute you had this opinion, and then all of a sudden you go and meet up with Lolly, and then your opinion changes. Dude, look, Jackson's still fired up. Like, he's not even sitting down. He's like, all right, I better sit down.
So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant security violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert is going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern
Right.
of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive
revision.
strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. This new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both in open or talked about in opening statement and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We didn't
Right.
have time to prepare
Right.
for it, and we're caught off guard. I used the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word. Let's just take it out of here. Make your point. Okay.
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well,
I feel like I'm
understand
taking-
I understand your argument. So focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot of both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. This it's at least, very least, been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can throw him.
Right.
He did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, bullshit.
We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor. And I'll submit.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. He was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to, and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still...
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
Understood.
stick to what the arguments are. And
With respect to this witness...
Hold on. Quit the finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please. I
Yes.
know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense? Showing this video and asking for it.
Yeah, dude. What about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of
You're
while
a
the case was
fucking
pending,
liar.
probably over a year ago. That he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Bullshit.
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
Oh. Yeah, following your sword on
So
something minor.
it's late. I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything. I would like, I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like, if it's possible, for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm making.
Yeah, we want you to know the
I'm
truth.
sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour.
Screen record. You're talking Chinese to Bev.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before we leave somehow?
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one.
Burn.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, is not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, etc. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just want to make sure that that was clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll see you Monday morning.
Look, all rise.
You are unmuted.
Bev. Bev has like no patience for anything. Like, it's so funny.
This shit is just very funny to me. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of this banner. And then let me get rid of. All right. What a fucking day, man. This is ridiculous. See what's going on with Tom's CPU here. I mean, Bev, I feel like the accusations of being biased have caught up to her. And now she's just being a bitch to everybody. That's what it feels like now. Okay. Turtle Boy's going on how
I'm gonna send you an email about that.
Yep, we are done. Well, the thing is that she just can't.
You guys got sound now, right?
Like, she's not to say what's evidence and what isn't. That's for the jury. I mean, she already had when they have
I got 10% battery. None of my batteries are charging.
they have evidentiary hearings all the time.
You guys got
she
to hold
knew
on.
what he was going to present.
Wish for the best.
So I mean,
Yeah,
she's
not
already
good.
agreed to it. She's not going to shut him up and be like, "You can't present that. Get to the point." He's got to be able to present his case. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't blame anybody for feeling that way. I feel the same way. I don't trust her as far as I can throw. I don't trust the entire Commonwealth. I don't trust anybody. That's where I'm at. This is just wild. Dude.
Hey, Jessica.
Like, Jackson was so mad. He's still mad. It's crazy. Jackson was so mad. Like, they were just fucking. All of a sudden, they're just gonna like present this guy with a video with all these rehearsed questions and answers, and then try to convince Judge Bev that Lally didn't fucking sit his ass down and go, "Hey, watch this video." Bullshit. You know that happened. You know that happened. Lally's a dirty, dirty motherfucker. And the problem with that is like he's following Michael Morrissey's watching every single second of this. Guaranteed. If he's not watching it live, he's reviewing it fucking meticulously later. Guaranteed. And he's telling Lally,
have a great day. Be safe. Have a good weekend.
First day. That's just laughable, Your Honor. Dude, how many of these preliminary hearings have we seen? How many motions have we seen filed where the defense is basically begging the judge to compel the prosecution to share discovery? And then they just play keep away the whole time. The same shit that Mello is doing with Turtle Boy's case. Just playing keep away with discovery. But
all right, guys, I got 9% battery. We're going down.
When it comes to the defense sharing discovery, no tolerance.
Do my best. I'll hang in there as long as I can, but it's a bad day for batteries with the rain and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on Howie Carr as soon as. Right now, Howie Carr's playing commercials. Calm down.
I just do my best, Colleen.
Not gonna leave it away.
He's my fullback. Frustrating.
What was frustrating? What was
Why is it very frustrating?
Why? I can't talk about it. No, of course not. No, that's scary stuff, and that's sort of, I don't mean to be cryptic, but it's off limits. I can't talk about it.
Okay, do you still feel good about having 15?
Oh, I feel great. Yeah. Yeah. The 15 years, the 15, the 16, the 17, they were all great. But, you know, sometimes it's, you know, the 7, 8, child, like it's the way.
At the back.
We're not worried about it. Yeah. That's why we got to
Sound, man, is the worst.
Oh, I'm fighting hard to get that out.
I mean, it's not his fault, you know. It's just
Well, not giving information in advance. I'm not giving us information in advance. They're about this. You know, obviously,
I mean, this is crazy. Look at the ticket. The poor guy can't walk.
But I will.
oh yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. I'll probably do that tomorrow.
Stay strong, Karen. Stay strong, sweetie. Good job, baby. Thank you, honey.
He brought one to give you this too. Sorry, Karen. Here it
I've
comes.
seen you before with the sweat shirts on. I'm a standout, right? Yeah, you're a good boy. Thanks. You're amazing, Karen.
Hi, Karen. Good, good.
You look great today. Thanks.
You gonna be wearing Celtics today?
Sorry?
Celtics?
Celtic. Yes, 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 yes.
I'm so sorry to praying for you. Praying for you. We love you. Free Karen Reed.
I'll get you the name. Yeah, yeah.
I was thought I would.
I don't. Go ahead. I'll get the screenshot. Get the screenshot real quick. Real quick. Screenshot.
Thank you.
Good. You're good. Good.
I gave them a treat.
Yeah, they gotta go.
Thank you. Sorry. Excuse me, Matt.
Good job, Karen. Way to hang in there. I feel like at this point.
I feel very good. Thank you. I feel great. You're very lucky.
That is okay. That is amazing. I love it. I love. Thank you. By the way, thank you for it. Thank you. That's very
I will thank her.
That's very sweet. Thanks a lot.
Liza. Those are for you.
Thank you so
And those
much.
are for Karen. Yeah, no, they're for everybody. They're from a lady named Crystal.
Crystal.
She sends her love to both you guys. And you can't be here, but that's the least you can do.
Okay. No. I'm glad you asked. It has not been debunked because the defense. There still is another expert for the prosecution to testify, where there could be cross-examination, and then there is supposed to be a defense expert. So the 227 has not been debunked yet. It's still very possible that the 227 search did happen.
Another dad.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh.
You're welcome.
Got it.
Fuck you, Toby. Some pictures inside.
Thank you. Thank you. Love it. Love it. Photos. Oh my God, these are lovely.
What do you got?
Lovely. Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye, guys.
Jay, please go to the driveway. Okay, honey?
Yeah.
Love you.
Yeah, you take a screenshot of it. Absolutely.
Way to keep fighting.
Thank you both for dressing like fire every damn day.
You're an inspiration.
You see the flowers from Crystal? No. Yeah. These are for Liza and these are for you. Yeah. Yeah, some Crystal. So you guys have a good week.
Gets presented in court or some sort of filing, and that just gives Lally a chance to call these guys in, and then we're going to change our story. We're going to say this now. It happened with Officer Saraf earlier on. It's happened with a bunch of, with Jennifer McCabe. It's happened with a bunch of them. So and that's what's happened throughout this entire trial. Like, they come up with some big finding, like the Google search for, which should be a game over thing. And all that does is just give the Commonwealth a chance to just come together, huddle up, and be like, how are we going to spin this one? What lie are we going to come up with?
Right.
And this guy today, I mean, we said that they don't have a crash reconstruction expert. They do, apparently. It's this conehead. This guy today is the crash reconstruction expert.
Right.
Dr. Paul. They're all doctors and experts and everything, all these cops, right? And because he took some classes, a couple hours of classes. Now all of a sudden he's an expert in this stuff. And his genius opinion about what happened here is that the cuts on John's arm, we found out today, actually came from the taillight, even though there's no taillight on John's arm. But somehow that taillight shattered into...
Well, they never tested his arm.
The taillight, that's what they said. The taillight caused, not dog bites. Those are actually from the taillight. The polycarbonate taillight somehow hit John's arm and shattered into 45 pieces, none of which were found by the Canton Police Department. And somehow they caused those, deep gashes throughout his arm, like up and down his arm, and they're parallel. And
none of those giant pieces were found at the scene on January 29th, or in the ambulance, or on the stretcher, or in the emergency room at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton. They were found more than 2 weeks later on the grass. All these,
one of them, Howie.
Yeah.
And not one of those pieces of taillight had any blood on it, despite literally cutting his arm up into
Right.
pieces. Like, somehow he didn't get any blood on any of those pieces of taillight. I mean, this is insane that this guy just got up there and said that today. It was crazy world. Then they
Right.
showed their reconstruction video.
It was
which
absolute
even more humorous. I thought I was watching
bizarre
an SNL
fucking
skit.
Twilight
I
Zone
don't know
shit.
what they
Far
think it
Side
proved,
shit.
but they showed the car like reversing in an undetermined speed, and I
Right.
don't know what they think it proved. Have you seen the video? It's crazy.
No, I haven't seen.
It's
I haven't seen.
insane.
You weren't in court today, were
I don't
you?
know what the fuck I was
No,
looking
I
at.
took the day off from court, and all hell breaks loose in there, especially at the beginning. Did you hear about the shenanigans at the beginning with the juror?
Tell people what happened. All of a sudden, I'm in and out of the car all day, and so I get out of the car, and then I come back, and there's nothing there. I mean, it's not even like the fan of justice or anything like that. It's just a blank screen. So tell people what happened.
So a juror comes in today, right, and gets called up to the stand, and Court TV or whoever's filming it, the live stream, accidentally shows the juror coming in, right, and everyone else is live streaming it, and so now this juror's face has been broadcast to the world. They're trying to hide these people or whatever, and there's all this pressure. Take the stream down. You got to take the stream down, even though it's like, we're just sitting here. Like, I'm not the one. Auntie Bev is the one that screwed this up. This is her courtroom. If you have a juror coming in, there's a camera there, say something. Tell them to take the camera down or something. That's not the cameraman's fault. It's not our fault for streaming it. That's her fault that she has no control over her courtroom. So I guess this woman got dismissed. They did not say why. She called up 4 different jurors. We don't know what exactly happened. I'm hearing rumors, these are unconfirmed, that she was seen last night with at the Waterfall Bar, possibly. I don't know what's going on.
What, Auntie Bev?
No.
No.
A witness. A witness?
I'm
Oh,
talking
a
like how he can
juror
hear
was
me.
seen at the Waterfall?
Yeah, that's what, again, this isn't confirmed. I'm hearing a lot of
it's a
different
rumor,
people say stuff, but whatever it was, all of a sudden, I mean, I saw this juror yesterday, and to me, she seemed like, when you look at her, she looked like a not guilty, like a solid not guilty, a middle-aged white woman, probably from Brookline or something like that. And she seemed like a solid not guilty vote. And then she got dismissed today. We don't know why, but they're down to 15 now. They had 17 at the beginning of the week. They're down to 15 now. So they better hurry up and finish this trial up because they're running out of jurors.
Good Lord. So what about this woman who said that, don't believe what you see with your own eyesight, that 227 hose long to die in the cold? Who is she trying to kid here?
Yeah, I mean, so she is their expert. She came in with, I don't know what that thing was on her head, but she says she's an expert. She owns her own company, and she basically word saladed the listeners to death, talked really fast. And again, it's her job to convince the jurors, just regular people, that that search at 227 didn't happen. Like you're seeing something wrong. It didn't happen. So she needs to explain it to them in the simplest way possible. Instead, she used, she spoke a million miles an hour. This woman just loves the sound of her own voice. And basically, if you weren't like a tech nerd, you would have no idea, which most of us aren't, you would have no idea what she's talking about. None. And even at the end, she didn't definitively conclude that it didn't happen. She couldn't even definitively say that. So
yeah, let me play this cut. This is from Dave Yannetti on cross-examination, one of Karen Reed's lawyers. Cut 12.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
See, she
what does that mean? The phrase exists, hose long to die in cold. How can she say it doesn't exist?
It says it right there, Cellbright. It says it exists, Howie, and nobody knows what exactly she meant by that. It's very confusing.
Yes,
but at the end of the day, they have their own experts who are going to say that it did happen. And Cellbright said, and Brian Walsh is licking his chops right now, thinking, "Oh, great, this stuff doesn't count anymore. We can just say that this. Let's get every defendant in the country is now going to hire this woman to be their expert if they Googled something incriminating."
And that's why she went up there and testified.
And remember, Brian Walsh is this weird guy. He was in the can with Turtle Boy here when they locked him up.
That would be her
for
agenda.
a couple of months. But he actually did something. He killed and dismembered his wife allegedly, and he texted how to dispose of a body. And I mean,
among many other things,
that was presented by the same people who were trying to put Karen Reed in prison as definitive, incontrovertible, beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that he had done it. And now they're saying, never mind. Never mind.
Yep, just listen to this nerd get up here and talk about this stuff a million miles an hour, and trust us, she's really smart. She works for a tech company. She's way smarter than you. That report that says 227, that's all wrong. The one at 624 is right, but the one at 227, that one's wrong, even though, like, on her own report, it comes up as like a previous search. The one she does at 624, it comes up as a previous search, which means she'd done it before. It came up as a recommended search. So like her own report seems to confirm that this had happened at some point before. And again, you heard her right there about she can't. The bottom line, she can't rule out that it didn't happen. And at the end of the day, if there's any doubt that this might have happened, that it might, that Jennifer McCabe might have Googled that, then the jury can't, in good faith, convict her. They can't convict Karen Reed, right? They might not be able to convict Jennifer McCabe if she were the one on trial, which it seems like it is, right? But they certainly cannot convict Karen Reed for this because there's a large amount. It's just reasonable doubt. At the best, it's reasonable doubt. It was her job today to convince that jury that that search 100% did not happen at 227, and she didn't do that. She couldn't convince anyone of that.
Yeah, she's a very strange-looking woman. I know you shouldn't hold that against her if she's presenting this testimony, but as somebody tweeted out, when you look at this woman, your first thought is, what's the over-under on the number of cats that she has living on her house? 11.5 was that's what's on the board in Vegas. I think I'm going to take the over, Turtle Boy.
Yeah, she definitely seemed like a cat lady. And she said she loved the sound of her own voice. She was talking a million miles an hour. And again, as a former teacher, I can tell you, got to explain this to these people in the simplest terms and help them understand. She started going off about things that WALs and SPLQTRs and this and that. And I was trying my best to follow along with what she was saying, and I didn't get it. And you can't raise your hand if you, as a juror, and say, "Can you repeat that again? I don't get it." And Lally was just, she was just going right on at a million miles an hour. Again,
and what's with the singing at there or whatever she was doing? Cut 2, play cut 2, Taylor.
I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What is that? Cut 5.
Ms. Gilman, publish table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
May I look at table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
What the hell's she doing?
I don't know. She had the sing-song voice too. The sing-song, every time she would, the inflection in her voice,
I'm
every
still
time she would
laughing
talk,
at
it was
when
just
how
so
he played
aggravating, and so
Proctor.
annoying. And again,
Proctor goes,
her job was to convince the jury that this search did not happen at 227, and she completely failed in that regard. But I mean, it was like, but if you thought she was something else, Trooper Paul really stole the day at the end I'm still blown away that they finally came up with a theory, and the theory is that that John just stood there in the middle of the road in a blizzard, just stood there and waited for Karen Reed to accelerate to 24 miles an hour in 62 feet, which is physically impossible to do. And the engine would have to roar so hard and so fast to do that. It would be so loud. And then there would have been a gigantic thud as she hit him, right? And not a single person in that house saw or heard a thing. Not one person heard anything. You got Matt McCabe staring out the window all night. Doesn't see any of this at all.
They saw the car do everything else.
And how did he get those things on his arm? Oh, the taillight somehow shattered all over his arm and cut him up in parallel gashes all over his arm. Polycarbonate did. None of the pieces of taillight have blood on them. Then he does a 360. He said he spun in the air and he hit his head on the curb,
and then
somehow,
flew back 12
bounced
feet.
like a basketball 10 feet onto the grass.
10 feet.
I mean, I'm just blown away that they said this,
Okay.
and it's like they expect anyone to believe this.
Why are they even doing this? I looked up, by the way, I looked up Joseph Paul, Dr. Paul, Conehead number 4, Dr. Paul. And he makes he's the lowest paid of all of them so far, $130,590. But Turtle Boy, I'm going down the list on the comptroller. Did you know that there's another member of the Paul family on the payroll? I think he has the same last name anyway, David Paul. You know how much David Paul makes? $306,000 a year. $306. I wonder if they're related. Dr. Paul.
I know. And they say I'm the one making money off of this story. And how much these guys are getting paid? Like, what the heck?
Jesus, dude.
I mean, hey, one last question. I was thinking about this. I heard somebody talking about it last night on, I think it was Betterow, who seems really good, Mark Betterow.
Why didn't they test
the DNA of any of the McAlberts? Since they found the DNA from 2 mystery men. Why didn't they test any of the people that are the other suspects?
Yeah, in the blood there was DNA because they tested, Proctor and Buchanan. So I guess we can rule them out of beating up John. They're ruled out at least. But I don't know, like Colin and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, none of them. They didn't ask for their blood for the same reason they didn't ask for their phones or anything like that, because they were never, ever treated like suspects in this. Karen Reed was. They made up their mind from the beginning, and that was all they needed to see.
It's in the text. It's Proctor's text. The homeowner must be jammed up or something. No, he's a Boston police officer, so he's ruled out.
He's all set. You don't gotta. He doesn't have to worry about a thing. He'll be good.
So what's the schedule for next week?
So next week we have Monday full day. Then Tuesday is just a voir dire day. So they got to bring in their experts. And by the way, Dr. Joseph Paul, he just gets to go and scout his theories, whatever. He doesn't need a voir dire. He just gets to get up there and pontificate. But the defense, at their own expense, must fly in these actual guys with PhDs, actual reconstructionists and forensic pathologists. And they have to come in here and explain to Auntie Bev that they know what they're talking about. So that's Tuesday. There will be no jury. Then there's no court Wednesday, a holiday, Juneteenth, of course. I celebrate privately. And then on Thursday, I guess we're back to a full day, and then Friday, half day. So David Yannetti said that there's only a few more witnesses that really need to go for the Commonwealth. So we could see the defense at the end of the week probably get started.
Oh, I'd like to see Lucky. I want Lucky.
Yeah.
We want Lucky.
Yeah, we want Lucky. Yes, we
all
do.
right.
Yes, we
Turtle
do.
Boy, where can people go to check out your stuff?
TBDailyNews.com, at Dr. Turtle Boy on Twitter, and tomorrow night at 9 o'clock on the YouTube Turtle Boy Live channel, we'll be doing our show.
Good work, Turtle Boy. Aiden Carney, check him out. He's doing a great job on this. Do what I did.
All right. Turtle Boy, everybody, and Howie Carr, as always, fun to watch. Yeah, man. I'm here. Today was the day. Today was the day of the expert witness testimony for the prosecution, and the expert witness testimony proved nothing. Proved absolutely nothing. I mean, I summed it up before. Then Turtle Boy came on to Howie Carr, summed it up again. This this so-called expert, this Paul guy, this Trooper Paul guy. Again, I'll sum it up one more time. Whether it be 10 feet or 12 feet, I don't know. But regardless, so Karen Reed backs into John O'Keefe, hits him in the arm with her taillight. Taillight shatters and cuts John O'Keefe all the way down his arm like this with a bite mark around his elbow. And he goes into a spin, hits his head on the curb, bounces, and flies 10 feet into the lawn of 34 Fairview. That's the theory. That's the expert theory, folks. Kathleen, thank you so much. Thanks, Will, for all your time. It's my pleasure. Thank you guys for your time. I should be thanking you guys for your time. I'm so grateful that you guys are enjoying my coverage of this. And a big shout out to attorney Melanie Little for sending so many of her supporters over here. I hope you guys, if you guys came here from Melanie Little's channel and have never watched before, I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that you continue to enjoy it. I mean, yeah, Plevin should have been embarrassed by that reenactment as soon as he made it. But this one's even funnier. The fucked up part is that Plevin's reenactment makes more sense. That's the crazy shit right there. That the Massachusetts State Trooper, their expert, and his theory that he just explained, like a 10-year-old child, this guy, his theory makes even less sense than Plevin's reenactment. Because Plevin at least like acknowledged the fact that John O'Keefe had no injuries, you know, from the neck down. Plevin at least acknowledged that. So, I mean, what's the only possible way? Well, I'm going to bend my head over to go pick up a glass, and then I guess the glass breaks and scratches his arm up. Still doesn't make sense. But the tail light shattering into 40 some odd pieces where they only found 3 when the CERT team got there, and the CERT team was instructed to look for specifically taillight pieces and a shoe. Then almost 40 more pieces get found on 5 separate occasions or 6 separate occasions after the fact. Initially found in those separate occasions, initially started this trend of undocumented searches. This was initialized by Chief Berkowitz, who just happened by 34 Fairview. Oh, look at that. A tail light, a piece of a tail light. I wonder if there's more. Oh, get the fuck out of my face with that. So, but the way that John's arm has those wounds going straight down, that makes no sense. And Turtle Boy made some excellent points. why was there no blood on the taillight pieces? Didn't they test the taillight pieces for DNA? They found John's DNA, but it wasn't blood DNA. It was touch DNA. So why wasn't his blood DNA found anywhere on any of these pieces of taillight? This is the worst frame up I've ever seen. Because it's funny, I'm looking at the comments by Laura Perplex in my chat, and you know, she doesn't make a lot of sense a lot of the time. And she was so sure about what she was saying, but she was just another one of these people who hasn't done enough research. Simply, it's that simple. But she was making what could be a valid point if she actually knew all the facts, which was like, well, dude, the likelihood of this many people being involved in a conspiracy, it just, you know, it's such an elaborate one, but she's failing to understand that it was executed so poorly. She's like, that means everybody would have to stay quiet. Well, yeah, in theory, when it comes to something like that, sure, everybody would stay quiet. She's under the impression that somebody would have to talk. Somebody would have to talk. There's no way they could all keep it quiet. No, that's not true. If everybody has something to lose, which every single person who sat up on that stand and lied, they absolutely have something to lose. They are either complicit to a crime or they are accessories to a crime. Either one, they could be charged. Or they have someone to protect. So all of these things, these two very simple things is enough to keep each person quiet. They have something to lose. Each one has something to lose. That's why they're all keeping quiet. As far as the McAlberts go. The police, they're following orders. They're being told what to say. And it probably happens all the time. They're probably used to it. I think this is the only case where these cops are told to lie on the stand. These cops are told to fabricate evidence. These cops are told to say that the evidence says this, even though it says that. You don't think this, do you really think this would be the first time that's happened? We're talking about a corrupt district attorney's office whose job it is to get convictions. That's it. It's whose job it is to get convictions. And there's many, many, many subordinates that work under Michael Morrissey. And Brian Tully is right there, right under Michael Morrissey. Everywhere you see Michael Morrissey make a public appearance, Tully is right next to him. Every time. So it's not so far-fetched here. This kind of shit happens in small communities all the time. The only difference is you don't hear about it. Most people don't want to rock the boat. Most people live where they live and they're just like, man, you know, if I'm the one, I don't want to be the one who says something. I don't want to be the one to make waves. I don't want my life to suck where I live. I got kids that got to go to, they got to go to public school. I don't want them getting harassed at school. I want to be able to get a job. I want to be able to hold my job. And if I can't hold this one, I want to be able to get another one. Dan B, thank you so much. Thanks, Will. The Glare, we really like your channel. We go mostly between you and D2. You're great. Your chat and Cherry Rock. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Dan B. Right. This shit happens everywhere. It's not like wake up. You know? It's like saying racism doesn't happen. Oh, Broken Baker just showed up and they're viewers. Right on. I'm pretty sure. One second. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some stuff here real quick. Okay. Yeah, so Ryan, thank you so much. What's up, Dylan? It's good to see you, buddy. I'll be on Dylan's channel, I think next Wednesday. Well, maybe not Wednesday. Now that we have the court, because we have court on Wednesday, don't we? Now, like Monday we have court, Tuesday no court, and then I don't know. Is there court Wednesday? I forgot. No court Wednesday. Wednesday's okay. So then, as far as I know, I'll be on with Dylan on his channel for. Yeah, I know the Voidier is on Tuesday. I just wasn't sure if there was court Wednesday. So I'll be on. I'll be on with Dylan. No, I'm saying it just reminded me. It just reminded me. I know, Cherry. But I'll be on with Dylan on Wednesday. And yeah, I'm excited about that. I just didn't want to forget. I didn't want to forget. So yeah, I'll be on with Dylan on Wednesday morning. And I believe 9 a.m. my time. I don't know. When he sets it, I'll know for sure. But we spoke about it, and we seem to be equally excited about it. So yeah. And yes, it's very good to see you, Broken Baker. And guys, make sure to subscribe to Broken Baker. Broken Baker's awesome. Tuesday is not Tuesday. Well, the question is whether or not it's going to be streamed. But there's court on Tuesday, but it's not jury court, if that makes sense. Tuesday is going to be voir dire. No jury will be present, so the jury has the day off. But if there's voir dire, then they'll probably stream it. So if that's the case, then yeah, I'll stream it as well, as usual. And Cheryl, thank you so much for the PayPal. I really enjoyed my day with you all. 2 p.m. in Arizona and still in PJs. I've been glued. Right on. Right on. Thank you so much. And I've got some Cash Apps here too. I've got one from Calamity Jade. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Got my merch ordered. Right on. And Tammy said, I will send $100 if you get Lally to shut the fuck up. Too late. Let me see if there's. Yeah, I already read these. I don't know if Derek's still in here, but I owe Derek a super chat dance. Here we go. If I can get my mouse to work. Here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
There you go, Derek. And Diane, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, sorry, Derek. It was right in the middle of Jackson, like going full nuclear on on that dickhead on the stand. So I didn't want to interrupt that. But yeah, I think I am gonna wrap this up, folks. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, man. Like thanks for all your patience. I know that there's been a lot of boring bullshit that took place that didn't need to be as long as it did, considering the conclusions that we came to, which is basically that there's the 2:27 a.m. search. What did I predict? I said that this expert was not going to be able to definitively say that the 2:27 a.m. search did not happen. And what happened? Yannetti called her out on cross and said the same thing, and she could not. So stick with me, folks. Predictions, I'm your guy. Brutally honest, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm just kidding. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but sometimes I get shit right. But there's that, and then of course there's this guy who dazzled everybody with a whole bunch of spreadsheets, a bunch of fucking spreadsheets that mean nothing, that sure looked fancy and sure sounded fancy up until Jackson pretty much shot him down, and up until he ended up summing it all up with his theory as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, which I'll sum up for you one last time. And this last time being, according to this expert, Karen Reed backed into him at 24 miles per hour from 60 feet away, backed into him at 24 miles per hour, tapped him or hit him so hard with her taillight that it shattered and caused all of those cuts to go in the same direction down John O'Keefe's arm, because that's where she hit him with the taillight of her car in the arm, and still caused, bite marks around his elbow, consistent with a dog. And then went in a spin, hit his head on the curb, and then bounced and went flying back 10 feet where he was found in the lawn of 34 Fairview Road. Because that makes a whole lot of fucking sense, doesn't it? People, I think we've all had enough for today. Let's enjoy the weekend. I will do my very best to go live again very, very soon. So hopefully, most likely that'll be tomorrow. But I am going to wrap this up. Thank you guys. Make sure to hit the like on your way out. I would really appreciate it. I want to thank you guys for subscribing, the new ones. Thank you guys who have been subscribed and are sticking with me. I love you guys. And thank you guys for all of your support. I love you very much, folks. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.